farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. High Point Properties specializes in creating beautiful acreage home sites around the Birmingham area. They currently have land tracts in the Helena area ranging from 3 to 43 acres. These properties offer creeks, hardwoods, and beautiful mountain views, only minutes from city conveniences. You can buy now and build later. Call Wes at High Point Properties today to view these properties. 240-0204. That's 240-0204. Or visit hpprop.com. That's hpprop.com.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for Lance'sLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to Lance'sLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. Lance'sLock.com. Again, go online, Lance'sLock.com. When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Hey, it's Reed from the Next Round. I'm excited to work with Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. I'm excited to begin my weight loss journey. I went in for my consultation last week. Leslie and her team have taught me how to reach my goals the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and to hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online, mycookiedoughmagic.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light. is on now.
I mean, what a weekend in college basketball. If you were in the top 6, you took one on the chin this weekend. We'll talk about that as we get going today. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar Forrester, and Lunsford all with you today. I see stories out there, too early for Auburn to press the panic button. Don't press the panic button, this and that. As we start the show, we'll start where everyone is on Auburn basketball. They're playing a tough part of their schedule, a lot of it on the road, and that's where the losses have come. Any panic at all about this Auburn Tiger team? Brown, you first.
I don't know that there's panic.
Brown, you first.
So, Ryan Brown, I don't know that there's panic. I do think there are alarming trends, though. There is room between, hey, this is an alarming trend, and oh my gosh, we're on fire here, right? So I think that there's no panic right now for most Auburn fans, but I think most realistic Auburn fans look at this and say the backcourt, I'm not going to say needs help, but I don't know. The backcourt's a concern right now, don't you think?
Yeah, look, I mean, when you talk about Green off the bench, he was awful on Saturday. KD Johnson was awful just a couple of games ago. 2 of the last 3 games losses, they've only scored 62 points. The offense has been a problem. Now, Tennessee is a really good defensive squad, but you got a double-digit lead in that game. Look, I said months and months ago when we were in Indianapolis, I believed Auburn was the best team in college basketball. They're not the best team in college basketball right now. Does that mean they can't win a national championship? No. After this weekend, I said probably 5 to 6 teams can win a national championship before. Now I'm thinking more 8 to 12. I think this is going to be a really interesting tournament. The way they're playing right now, their inability to shoot the perimeter shot, there's some issues right now.
Some issues indeed. Rockstar cut number 2, Bruce Pearl talking afterwards, because you do worry about getting your swagger back, because this team was playing bulletproof at one point in the season. No matter what they did, it worked for them. Whether they were at home or on the road, they were bulletproof. And now Bruce Pearl talks afterwards about having to keep the confidence level up and everybody just relax.
What are you telling your guys to keep them confident as we head into the postseason?
Just to trust each other and try to trust the process and know that, like, if we can go on the road, not play very well, lose by 5 to Tennessee, not play very well against Florida and lose with a possession, not play great, lose in overtime to Arkansas. You can't push the panic button. We know we can play better.
The COVID Zooms have given us a tour of all the opposing locker rooms. Tennessee's got one of the nicer ones. I'll go ahead and say that.
Nice little wood look from the
Don't like that dark stained wood.
1990s.
Well, yeah. I mean, sometimes he's doing it in front of a cinder block wall with a yoga ball above his head. I'm saying that's a little bit nicer than that.
He says, hey, look, we didn't play yet against Tennessee, only lost by 5. Tennessee shot 32%. I didn't think Tennessee played that well.
Well, we said Friday on this show that it would be a black and blue game. It'd be physical, defenses would clamp down, and that causes you to shoot bad. I mean, that game, played out about like I thought it would play out. Now, I didn't think, I didn't think the shooting would be as bad for both teams. I thought the game would be like low 70s, not low 60s. So maybe 10 points off from what we saw there. It's a grinder of a season. It gets very long, and if you follow college basketball from November and you're a diehard college basketball fan, the season is very long. If you're a college football fan, NFL fan who just joins the season now, you make some gut reaction and you may have missed the peak of what Auburn was doing at a time, or maybe you missed when Baylor was struggling. But now all of a sudden Baylor is starting to look better again. Or maybe you missed when Kentucky was healthy and they were the best team in the country, and now their guards are just now getting their feet back on and they lose at Arkansas. It is a roller coaster. And I think there is something to be said about peaking at the right time for the NCAA tournament. I think you never want to be playing your best basketball back in January or December, as at one point it looked like Alabama had done. Well, so getting right at the right time has helped teams throughout the history of the NCAA basketball tournament.
But I think what you saw Saturday, in my opinion, my very novice basketball opinion, is a team that found a way to neutralize Walker Kessler a little bit. And
Kessler, 2 of his last 3 games, both road games, he didn't play well against Castleton.
He did not. And when you find teams that can neutralize Kessler, it puts a lot of pressure on Jabari Smith and that Auburn backcourt. And the Auburn backcourt has been sketchy at best at times. And that puts all the pressure on Jabari Smith to have just these mammoth games. Now, you're not going to run into a lot of teams that can neutralize Kessler. That's the good news of it, right?
Right.
In the NCAA tournament, it's going to take a special type of player to neutralize Walker Kessler. But in the event you run into those teams, all of a sudden, if Jabari Smith's a little bit off, your season's over. And I think that's, not that Smith was off at all in Knoxville. He played a tremendous game. But it was that backcourt, Wendell Green, the criticism he gets from a lot of Auburn fans is the guy's a role player that thinks he's a top-line starter for them. And you love his passion. You love his hustle. You love the fact that he never gives up. But sometimes he's got to realize his role in this game.
Right. I mean, look, he's an important guy that comes in and gives you 20-plus minutes off the bench, and he can give you some instant offense. But he's not a guy that you want to be taking 15 shots.
And
you don't want him missing 13 of those.
You don't want him missing 13 of them. 15 is good if he's making 10 of them. I would say that what made this Auburn team so strong at one point this season was they had so many weapons, so many people that were doing. If you took away Walker Kessler, there was Jabari. If you took away Walker and Jabari, there was Wendell Green, or there was K.D. Johnson. There was always
Flanagan.
There was always somebody, another weapon that was being thrown at you. Boom, boom, boom. And now, 2 or 3 of those guys aren't playing good basketball, or they're not playing consistent basketball, and you're playing really good competition. Wimp said it before the SEC season started. Watch Auburn. They've got one of the more favorable conference schedules. Alabama's was very difficult. Now all of a sudden Alabama's looking good. They're playing in a not as many waves in their schedule. They're playing in a very smooth ocean right now. Their schedules against teams that they're better than, and they're winning those basketball games. Auburn's playing against almost equal or equal competition on the road, and they've hit a bump in the road right here. Final week of the regular season coming up. We'll talk about Alabama and everything else from the weekend after I tell you about the great folks at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a place for your son or daughter to go to school, Montevallo's that place. Find out why you belong at Montevallo. Go to montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Wonderful class sizes. That's going to help your child academically. 14-to-1 student-to-professor ratio. Unbelievable pricing and tuition. A beautiful college campus. Safe, fun, and what you exactly need for your son or daughter, or if you're going back to school to get that master's degree. It's all right there. Montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. A top 20 baseball program right there as well, and they're getting ready for the postseason, men and women's basketball too. Speaking of the postseason, we do start punching tickets this week with the March Madness countdown on. We've got conference tournaments starting as early as tonight in the Northeastern tournament, but later on the Sun Belt with some local teams, the ASUN and others, that'll get going. And one more week of the SEC regular season. And that gets us to Alabama, who got a win over South Carolina. They've owned Frank Martin's team, and Alabama's better than South Carolina. This is no shock that they won this basketball game, but South Carolina had been playing really good basketball coming in. So they were trending in a good direction. Impressive outing from Alabama. They shoot free throws well again. They shoot the ball well again. They win at home by 19.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a complete effort from Alabama. Alabama, as you mentioned, this part of the schedule, they're beating the teams they should beat. All the games they've been favored in, they've won 5 of 6. The one loss was at Kentucky.
Right.
So they're winning these games they should win, but they won that one convincingly Saturday. They're up 23 at the break. The game's pretty much over. Now, they didn't score the first 9 minutes of the second half. That was a problem. And South Carolina was only able to cut it to 9. But, Alabama, the guards played well. Shackelford had 21. Quinley was really good in the first half with 18. You get that kind of contribution from that backcourt, you're going to win a lot of games.
Yeah, you really are.
Keon Ellis is playing really well right now.
He has started to play really well from the moment he started hitting shots at Rupp Arena. It's almost like he has come back to what you had from Keon Ellis last year.
And we mentioned this going into last week. This is, like you just said, Jim, this is a favorable stretch for Alabama. They have definitely made it through the most difficult part of their schedule. Their 2 remaining games are A&M and then at LSU. At LSU is going to be a tough game, obviously. But this was a time where Alabama basketball could get right. The Vanderbilt game got a little tricky for them, but they won that one. They won this game the way they should win this game. So I think it speaks well of what Nate Oates has been able to do with his team. You make it through the toughest part. You get to the part where you should be able to win and stack your resume, and that's what he's done. Lenardi's got him as a 5 seed right now. I don't know that Alabama realistically could play above that. Maybe they can. Maybe they get to a 4. I don't know.
Well, let's see what happens in Tampa. The interesting thing is going to be, I think you've got 5 teams that probably could win the SEC tournament if everything breaks right.
And Alabama's the 5th of that 5?
Yeah. I would say they're number 5.
The way Arkansas is playing.
Oh, Arkansas is playing great.
They're playing
right now.
great basketball.
Note is a guy that can completely take a game over. Again, Tennessee's young guards are playing good. They're so good defensively. Kentucky at full strength. Auburn, absolutely.
No, I think you're right. I think all 5 could. Alabama will be the one that doesn't get the double bye of that 5, obviously. So, I mean, if that matters at all, maybe that's Alabama's path to a 4 seed to make it a slightly easier road. But I think Alabama's probably started to eliminate some of their basement as far as NCAA tournament. They've shrunk the basement a little bit, I think.
If they survive this week, if they get wins at home to A&M to wrap up the regular season and then on the road at LSU, regardless of what they do at Tampa, I think they're a 5 seed.
Yeah, I don't think they could be any worse than 5 at that point. Yeah,
exactly.
Maybe they could play their way into a 4, but I think 5 is the basement.
Yeah, so
it may be 6 right now. They may have eliminated a 7-10 game.
Rockstar, give me cut number 4, Nate Oates after the game, a guy that a lot of guys who take a lot of pictures, and I forget the exact one. He's like, I've taken a lot of pictures of Nate Oates this year. Can't catch him smiling. Finally caught him smiling this weekend. He's feeling good about his guys, really their ability, little things like making free throws, hitting some shots now. They felt bad about letting one get away at Kentucky at Rupp Arena, but that happens. They keep beating, as LT said, teams they're supposed to beat, with A&M at home coming up Wednesday and then on the road at LSU to wrap up the regular season. Here's Nate.
We've got to mature a little bit, play just as hard with a 23-point lead or whatever it ended up being as we do when we're only up 6, like it got cut to. So, that's the area we got to grow. But I do think when we got it cut to 6 after being up 25 or 23, whatever it was, I think we showed some maturity, came out, got some stops, got some buckets, opened it back up, which showed a lot about our team.
Yeah, it really did. So Alabama gets the win there. UAB rallies. They went on the road. And just a really interesting week in basketball. We'll talk about all the other upsets and everything coming up. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Odie's. Odie's, where hopefully you enjoyed some music over the weekend and trivia coming up on Wednesday.
Yeah, great place just to stop in for an incredible lunch. It's going to be in the 80s this week, so you can enjoy that great patio inside or outside. Go see Will Haver and that great staff. It's a Birmingham institution located right there in Crestline Village. Enjoy the award-winning wings, burgers, delicious sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Again, take advantage of this spring weather that is going to be here. Sit outside, enjoy the ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Stop in today. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
So 80s this week? I've missed that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
well,
what
this weekend,
day?
it's going to be 70s, and then it's going to hit the 80s this weekend.
Oh, look forward to that. Look forward to that.
When Alabama was 2-3 in conference, though,
yes,
20 wins, which is what Alabama should get when they beat Texas A&M, and a 10th conference win, kind of those two things looked a long way away, right? They lost to Missouri, they lost to Auburn, they lost to Mississippi State.
But you did look at the back end of the schedule.
You
were like, hey, you got some opportunities here.
But at that time, if I had told you, no, Alabama's still going to get 20-plus wins and they're going to have a winning conference record, you'd have been like, well, they're going to play a whole lot better to do that.
But even after seeing this team that's won 5 of 6, do you trust them?
No. I like their good games.
Yeah.
I like their good games, but I don't.
I'll tell you the weird thing, stress affects everybody differently. I swear Nate Oates loses 2 pounds every time I see him. Like every time we see him on the Zoom, it looks like he's lost a pound or 2.
I think he gets into basketball shape every year in the off season.
I know he's a big runner.
Yeah. He is, yeah.
But don't you feel like you get in your routine at a certain time of year, like
you just forget a meal?
Yeah, I don't know about you but I get skinnier in the summer, fatter during football season. You stay the same, I assume, all the time. I go up and down, like from about this point on.
I think a lot of people pack some winter weight on. I mean, it's a little different when you're sitting around on Saturdays and Sundays eating all day, as opposed to maybe sitting by the pool and maybe just drinking all day.
No, but Saturday and Sunday football season, I eat differently than I do normally.
Yeah, and I think most people do.
I do too, yeah.
And so and then I'm not outside as much. So I'm not moving as much as I do in the spring and summer. I would imagine for a basketball coach, when you're done with basketball and he, gets into the summer, probably has a little bit more fun. And then into the football season before the basketball, he's probably heftiest when they start off the preseason NIT or something. All right, I wanted to ask this because I was out of pocket all weekend. This Nike basketball debate that Auburn fans are having. I saw Hoke, our buddy Justin Hokanson on 3 Sports says, if you're wondering, that was the last time Auburn will play with a Nike basketball the rest of the season. They'll go back. What is it? Rawlings? Is Wilson?
I don't know what the NCAA tournament. I'll see if I can.
Typically, it's a Wilson.
Yeah.
It's a Wilson. Okay.
I'm sure the SEC tournament has a standard one, and the NCAA.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got a standard one they use.
So we have some off-brand, like we play with
Nike's
Nike
not
basketball.
off-brand.
Yeah, but I mean, if we're I've done off-brand before with a golf ball and got reps.
Strixon.
I'm just saying.
Strixon guys,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I didn't mean to choke you up.
The Strixon guy won this weekend.
So you're telling me that the Nike basketball is not the official basketball of the NCAA tournament?
I don't think so. I do think it's Wilson. I think is the one they use. I'll see if I can find that.
I think it's Wilson.
And so we think that, or some people are saying that Auburn doesn't shoot as well with the Nike basketball aerodynamically.
I have not heard this. I love digging for these theories, though.
Oh, it's in our chat room already this morning. And I saw Hoke tweet, and I was like, and I had to go research. I was like, so wait, are people saying that? And apparently Auburn's losses have been Nike basketball.
Okay, so it is let's just see where they lost. They lost at Arkansas. I don't think, are they in Nike school?
Adidas, I think.
I thought.
Well, Adidas didn't pull a ball out. I assume there you just use. Why would
Well,
everybody?
you're not going to use a Nike ball if you're in Adidas school.
Yeah, no,
Why would everybody not use the official basketball you're going to use in the NCAA
Well,
tournament?
you would think you would, but I'm sure there is some sort of, I'm sure when Nike says, okay, we're going to pay your school X amount, we want you using this basketball too. We're going to use a Wilson because that's the NCAA tournament. Okay, well, we're going to back out, X amount of dollars. Go see if Wilson will give you some uniforms too.
So in Tuscaloosa, are they using a Nike basketball?
Honestly, I could not tell you.
Yeah.
I've not paid any
No
attention to
idea.
this, but I am saying, I am sure it comes with part of your apparel contract. Nike would like to sell some basketballs, right?
Walker says Arkansas is a Nike.
Okay, so there you go. They played poorly at Georgia. That's a Nike school, right?
Riley says Georgia and Missouri also use Nike.
The official basketball in my pool is a Nike.
You roll with a Nike basketball
How do
as
people
well?
shoot at your pool?
It
shooting
depends,
percentages
man.
go up or
It
down?
depends.
I bet that's got a lot to do with beverages, more so than it does the basketball.
But Auburn doesn't use Under Armour basketball. I assume they don't make one, do they?
I don't think Under Armour
wouldn't
makes one.
think.
I swear, if Auburn doesn't have a contract, you would think they would use the one you use in the NCAA
If they
tournament.
did, it wouldn't bounce right.
Like, is there some poor cheap school somewhere having to use Marburys or any off-brand shoes like that?
A Russell ball.
Georgia
starter
Tech,
ball.
Georgia Tech uses the Russell Athletic. I would say this is pretty stupid.
Caltech, they're using the Sketcher ball.
Yeah, I would say this is pretty stupid.
I didn't see this all weekend.
Yeah, I think it's got less to do with the basketball you use and more to do with other factors. That would be my guess.
Yeah, I'm going to say Steph Curry can shoot a Nike basketball as well as he can shoot his Wills.
Do Nike conspiracy real quick. Nike
basketball
basketball
conspiracy?
conspiracy. See if it bounces different. What was it? It was the old.
That might take you in the heart of China, man.
It was the old Garden, right?
Yeah, the Boston Garden.
that had dead spots in the basketball floor.
And they knew where they were.
And the Celtics always knew where they were. That the ball didn't bounce as well on those certain floors. Always these nuances in road games.
Unfortunately, when you Google Nike basketball conspiracy, it gets you into the old you're paying players to go other places. So I'm not going to dig through all of that.
George Raveling, he pops up.
Yeah, let's ask Steve Prohm. He's with us at 10. He coached, at Iowa State. I mean, if there's a situation with this using the different ball at different places, he would at least know about it, right?
Yeah, we'll find out if those balls bounce different. We'll ask Steve Prohm about the bounce of the balls on this Monday if they shoot different.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, you use different footballs, right? Not every school, but you're using your own football when you've got the ball. Yeah, you're using your own football. That's the difference in basketball is it's one basketball.
Listen, I just assumed everybody was using the same balls.
No, but I mean, I would imagine, I would guarantee you Bryce Young, whatever football Alabama uses, their Nike school, I guess they'll use a Nike football. But if I threw him a Wilson, I bet you blindfolded, he's holding a Nike, he's holding a Wilson, I bet you can tell the difference. And I bet you could with a basketball too. Oh, I bet you could. I bet those guys hold, Rockstar, I bet those guys touch balls so often.
Got me up my attention. Go ahead.
That they could tell a difference. Like, I guarantee you Tom Brady has held the Duke is the NFL football, right?
Right.
I bet you if I toss Tom Brady a Duke and I toss Tom Brady an off-brand, Tom Brady could tell me the difference.
The football, it seems so different than the basketball, though.
Well, inflation.
It really does.
Inflation.
Oh, it's killing our economy, Jeff.
But the inflation of the ball is important for Brady. He likes a softer ball.
Well, he does, but I'm saying if both these balls were normally inflated, I guarantee you Brady blindfolded could grab a Duke and grab a Wilson, whatever is not the Duke.
God, I wish we had Bruce Pearl on
to
today.
tell you the difference.
Yeah, to ask him about the Nike ball thing.
I mean, if this is really, if this has become,
well,
I don't
I'm
think
not
it
saying
has.
it's coming
I don't
from the
think it
Auburn
has.
people. It's the fans. And I'm not saying Bruce knows any difference about the Nike balls or anything. I'm sitting at UAB to show you how just off the cuff it is. UAB, from the rack of balls that North Texas and UAB have been using warming up, Ted Feely, SID, UAB, walks over and is going through the balls and bouncing. And I go, what are you doing? He's like, picking out the game ball. I said, off the rack.
We let Ted pick out the game ball?
We're picking the game ball off the rack.
Do you guys remember when the All-Star break was good and the money ball was a tricolored rubber ball? And all those shooters could still go net on it. You know,
Bird shot it and walked away with a finger in the air.
And trust me, a rubber ball on a really firm rim is difficult to make. And those guys were knocking it down. So
do you think that was a rubbery ball? I think it was just a ball that was painted.
Well, it might have been painted, but still.
Yeah, it was different.
It was definitely a different ball.
Different ball there for sure.
All right, so Maxwell says Volt basketballs were for the poors. Voit. I'm sorry, Voit.
Yep.
Adidas footballs are the worst, according to Walker. Always wanted the Wilson. Didn't use a Nike ball in college. Ooh, Walker played some college ball.
Yeah. Paul wants us to send somebody down to one of our great sponsors, Academy, and pick up a Nike ball and a Wilson ball. And see if we could tell
I don't think we can.
I don't think I could
But
either.
I don't touch balls every day.
It's not that big of a difference.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine. Well, I don't think it is, but I bet you a player that does it every day can tell the difference. I guarantee you.
When we come back, we will get into the best and worst of the weekend from what went on. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Farmfolio. They have everyone rolling in the chat room, whether you're talking about balls or whatever you're talking about over there. Farmfolio is a great opportunity for you during these trying times around the planet.
Yeah, if you're worried about market volatility or inflation, let Farmfolio show you how your investment can turn into cash-flowing farmland property. See more at farmfolio.net.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Why is Culver such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day. Oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Have you had a pipe burst? A washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem. For a dry tech specialist, they're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Hey, Lance Taylor here from the Next Round for our friends at the New Balance Birmingham store. Today, here are some tips on how to stay healthy during the cold months of winter. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fit on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. The New Balance in-store fit specialist will match you with the perfect New Balance shoe for the perfect fit. Visit the New Balance store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today. That's from our friends at the New Balance store.
Hey, Next Round listeners, I'm ESPN's Lauren Sisler. You know, after a very busy football season, I'm ready to get some projects done around the house. And the first thing on my list is getting a new roof. I personally know the guys over at Cardinal Roofing, and I know I can count on them to be honest and to get the job done. Maybe you don't need a full roof replacement, but maybe just a tune-up to give you peace of mind going into the summer months. Call Cardinal Roofing for a no-cost, no-commitment, and honest inspection of your roof. For any of your residential or commercial roofing needs, make sure you choose this longtime Birmingham company, Cardinal Roofing. Find us at cardinal-roof.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Officially now, we talked about a couple of different days last week. Todd Grantham did join the Alabama coaching staff as an off-the-field assistant, so he's over there in T-Town getting things ready to go. And we lose Lionel James after our show on Friday. And I was talking to Brown before. He was one of my favorite Auburn players of all time. I loved cheering for him in the NFL. He set at the time an NFL record for all-purpose yards in 1985 with the Chargers. 2,535 all-purpose yards. Really good at catching the ball out of the backfield, returning kicks, running the football. Lionel James, when he showed up at Auburn, 5'6", 150 pounds.
Yeah, can you imagine Lionel in today's game where everything is about space and these offenses? I mean, he was so good back then. And I remember had minutes with the Chargers. Who else did Lionel play for?
I remember most as a Charger. Like when I close my eyes, Lionel James in a Charger uniform.
And I never got to, I'm sure you got to interview him. I had an opportunity when we first did the roundtable format. It was a 1-hour show, and I would rotate different guests almost every day in for an hour. And Lionel was scheduled to be with me the next day, and I had prepared for this great interview, and I was so excited about it. And then something happened with his schedule last minute, and he had to call before the show and was unable to come in. So I never personally got to spend any time with Lionel.
Well, I didn't either. I mean, he was playing at Auburn before I was even in college. He was a guy that in 81 led Auburn in rushing. 82 was, part of that turnaround for the Tigers. 83, he was the captain on that team that finally – broke through and won an Iron Bowl and went on to win for some people, win a national championship. I think Auburn recognizes that as a national title now in 83, right? That was the year they went down and played Michigan in the Sugar Bowl. So it's a loss for the Auburn family and only age 59. Just one of the best.
Yeah, I remember him playing. Lance asked who else he played for. He played for the Chargers, and he only did it for 4 or 5 years. I remembered him having a longer career than that. But you mentioned him being in space. Here's a testament to that. He had 1,000 rush yards in the NFL, 2,200 receiving yards.
Yes.
So 2-to-1 receiving yards to rush yards for a guy that played running back, right? So I think that shows you the type of player he might have been in today's football.
Bobby says Lionel James was an absolute beast in the Stratomatic football back in the 80s. I never played Stratomatic football. I played Stratomatic baseball. I didn't know they had a Stratomatic football.
I don't know what Stratomatic is.
I don't
Is that
remember
what
that.
became
Stratomatic
fantasy?
was
It
before.
was almost done with cards and dice, right?
Yeah, before there was, video games. It was a dice game. And I don't know about football. I assume it was, Stratomatic was a name, so I'm sure it was exactly like that. But in Stratomatic baseball, each player had a card, right? So you would roll a dice, and the dice would send you to a column, and what would happen on, like, I remember who was the big strikeout guy that would always swing and miss. He was either a home run or strikeout.
Dave Klingman?
That's who it was. Dave. Wow. That's exactly who it was.
Good pull there.
Dave Kingman, right?
Dave Kingman, yeah.
Dave Kingman. And that was him. So on the back of his card, it was like strikeout, strikeout, home run, strikeout, 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 double play, strikeout, home run, strikeout, home run. So if you had him in your lineup, I mean, it was either a home run or strikeout. Yeah. You'd roll the dice, and it would be usually a strikeout.
Boom or bust, yeah.
Exactly.
Was it a fun game, though?
Well, I mean, it was time-consuming, but, it was one of those things. I didn't have kids. I was able to play by myself, and I'd have two teams and roll the dice and play games. I didn't know they had football, or I had to,
Wait, who was your imaginary friend, Mikey?
I didn't have an imaginary friend. You always bring that up. I played games by myself.
I had an imaginary friend named Randy Johnson. The big unit.
I do remember that. You did, didn't you?
I did, yeah. An imaginary friend named Randy Johnson. Like, my parents will tell you, I told Randy Johnson stories to the point I got so descriptive, people like my parents' friends say, "Who's this Randy Johnson?"
Yeah. You guys need to be concerned.
That's Ryan's imaginary
Rocky,
friend.
did you have one?
I did what Dunaway did. I just played by myself all the time.
Yeah. Randy Johnson's estate is up for sale out in Arizona.
Big unit.
My buddy John, who went out there for the waste management, he said that he had a chance to tour it's up for sale. He knew the guy that is selling it, and they walked the property. Unbelievable house, Randy Johnson. Later on, we'll pull some pictures and take a look at it.
I wonder if it's got like bigger doorways and stuff like that, because he's a tall guy. How tall is the big unit? Like 6'9"?
6'10".
6'10"?
Yeah.
So like if you built a custom house for a 6'10" dude, you'd make the doorways bigger, right?
I would say so. He had an unbelievable, like a movie theater in it. Game room, sports room.
Like I bet the
everything.
shower head is abnormally high. I bet the ceilings are high.
Oh, you got that kind of money, you got to customize everything.
Yeah, you customize everything for a 6'10" guy.
Like he had in the sports room, there's bat racks that are all the bats that he'd gotten that are in sort of like it's a Hall of Fame. Balls that are built into the wall.
Right.
Just really a neat thing. Here it is. Rockstar's pulling it up.
Like I randomly hit my head on my shower head today. I don't know that I've ever done it. I don't know why I did it today.
Were you jumping in the shower?
No, I was not. I don't know why I got so close to the shower head. I literally hit the top of my head on it. But I mean, that's Randy Johnson. Like if you're in a hotel room, most hotel shower heads aren't tall enough for me. I don't know about you guys and your hotel experience, but that's Randy Johnson's whole life, if you think about it, unless you build it custom. Holy crap, that's a nice house.
Now it's out in the desert.
That's Alicia Keys. This side is my God.
She does have more money than Randy.
Alicia Keys got a nice house.
Alicia Keys.
Is that Randy Johnson?
Yes, that looks like
wow, that's nicer than Alicia Keys, I'd say.
It's out in the desert.
Do you like that type of architecture, though?
I don't mind it for there. I think it depends on where you are.
Like if
I think that part of the country.
Like if you built that out on 280, it might stand out a little bit.
I mean, if you look though, Brown, there's very tall ceilings.
I'm telling you,
it's a sports room in the theater that I am wanting to get to.
Yeah. I can do without that
That's
room.
the master sitting area.
And you know what? I guarantee you nobody sits in there at all.
Well, that's a big old bedroom. Holy crap.
I mean, the bed's got to be extra long, too, for the big unit.
Is that the tub? Is that a fireplace on the other side of the tub, Rockstar? I think it is. Yeah.
That's her master bath. Master closet.
Holy crap, look at that closet.
You're missing part. Her. None of his clothes are even in. It's her. There's a pool room.
Got a good pool room.
See the bats on the rack?
Mahogany. Yep.
Yep. I like that.
Lance, you don't like the dark colors. Was that pool room bad for you? Well, he's got quite an office.
Yeah.
You don't like that mahogany, that dark color? Yeah.
Get to the theater. I'd like the theater is what I would love to have.
I'd brick
in the
that
house.
thing over, Brown.
Man, look at that office.
Yep. There's the theater. Yeah.
Oh, he's got a ticket window and everything.
Full count.
Brian would bypass that.
Y'all never let me live that down, man.
But look at that theater,
That
man.
is a nice theater. I would agree.
I'd like that a lot.
Yeah.
I'd like that a lot.
Oh, that's Bridgerton. That's where they do their Bridgerton scenes.
Never going outside.
Yeah.
I mean, to have
pool.
something like that, you've got to have people 24/7, right?
Just entertain all the
Do
time.
like the fire. No, I'm talking about like people working.
People
for
keep
you.
it up.
Yeah.
You got to have full-time staff. That's a big house.
All right.
Man, what a workout room.
Got to stay in shape, man.
How much they asking for that?
$230,000.
For on House Hunters, can I afford it?
Check it. It's on Zillow, but I think they just sold it. Is what he's saying.
We just missed.
Best and worst of the weekend brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services.
Yes, if something's not running right, draining right, flushing right, disaster can strike at any minute. That's why you need to have our friends at Hemp Hill on speed dial 205-229-2090. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones that I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090.
All right, best and worst of the weekend. You can send them in the Farmfolio chat room at Next Round Live on Twitter, or you can call us up, 205-734-0923, 734-0923 to get yourself on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. For me, best of the weekend by far, going to the game on Saturday night was one of the best sporting events I've ever been to in my entire life.
You went to Nashville?
You didn't know that?
Went to Nashville. John and I roll up there. Here's some pictures. Winter Park, free concerts before, Bud Light's in hand there. Glove on one hand because it was so cold. There's our seats at the game. The rink's out in the middle. They bring out during timeouts and between periods. There's a walk across the bridge of the stadium. Sold out. 69,000 fans. National anthem there. Just a party. Every timeout had a new artist coming out on those stages there by the rink. To sing Dierks Bentley, Miranda Lambert, John Pardee, and others.
What put you over the top?
Free tickets.
Okay.
As it will.
Because when I asked, you were like, man, I don't know why you keep asked twice, and you got pissy.
You kept bringing it back up about me buying the tickets. I wasn't going to pay $175.
I didn't say about buying the tickets. I said, are you going up? Are you going to the game?
No was the answer because I wasn't going to pay $175 a head. Luckily, some people that listen to the show, I can get you 2 tickets. And I said, thank you. Are they lower bowl? Because I didn't want to go all the way up and sit in the upper deck.
You're asking that.
I saw you. I mean, that looked kind of corner. Were they okay?
They were in the corner, but they were free, and they were okay. Because I learned I learned outdoor hockey, there's not a good seat in the house.
Yeah.
Because they put the rink right in the middle of the field.
You're there for the atmosphere, right? There to say you did it.
And that was it. It was fantastic. It literally was. I told Maggie, and she texted me. She goes, so how is it? And I said, it's magical. It was magical. The weather was perfect. It was cold, which kept the Bud Light cold, which allowed you to, I'm a slow drinker, never gets hot. It's hovering around 38, 40 degrees.
That is a positive there. Yep. I tried to win money off Rockstar. He wouldn't take the bet because I told him, I was like, Dunaway will be there.
No, you would have won because I did. I
am not going. Stop asking. I'm not going.
Yeah, but
I'm not going.
Can you
absolutely the best, maybe the best sporting event I've ever been to.
Can you hear? I mean, I know this sounds stupid, but can you still hear like the skates on the ice and the sticks at the ice and the checks against the wall?
Only when
it's that far away.
Yeah,
huh?
Only when there's really a bad miss and it hits like the very top of the board on the slap shot that you hear that a little bit. But no.
So even the checks against the wall, you don't hear that much. Wow.
No.
So you're nowhere close to the action.
No, in fact, the hockey is. I was telling, and maybe you, that I would about 6 minutes left is when I would dash in each period is when I would dash to the bathroom, just so I didn't know who was coming out next to sing. I wanted to be there for the concert.
So they didn't
every TV timeout, they stop. For television, it was on TNT. The TV timeout, stoppage of play. They'd run out another artist. The 2 lead singers from Lit Rockstar sang their one song.
Whoa!
Yeah. What's their one song?
It's
it was a great sing along. Everybody was singing along. What was it?
Hang on.
You make me completely miserable.
No.
Dipping the clothes on.
That's it. Yep. Whole stadium was singing that with those 2 guys. They're apparently broken up because it was like
Lit broke up.
Please welcome so-and-so and so-and-so, lead singer from Lit.
Wow.
And the rest of the just other guys playing, I guess.
Dude, I'll never forget that we were, what's the Razoo? What's the place in New Orleans?
Yeah, Razoo's.
We were in there
home of the 3-for-1, bro.
Yeah, we were in there for a minute one time when we were down for a game. I don't know if you guys remember this. And that song came on and the place went crazy.
Yeah.
Is that like a...
I didn't think it was like an iconic anthem.
I didn't either. Do you remember that, though? That song came on and the place went nuts.
They normally do. All they got to do is like the shot girl comes around and they hit that bull, the foghorn.
That one, yeah. That place went crazy. I couldn't believe how crazy they went for that Lit song.
My own worst enemy.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, remember I look like the guy on the cover. It's the cartoon character.
Oh, that was Lynn.
Oh, that was Lynn. Very close, though, right?
Lynn are different.
So I'm glad you had fun, Dunaway. I've never talked to anybody that's been to one of those. Some of our listeners in the Farmfolio were there. They said it was super cold.
It wasn't that cold in the lower bowl.
Okay.
We were away. I was on the side. We didn't have the wind when we got back out on the bridge walking over.
Yeah.
But that was another thing, LT. I mean, 69,000 fans. And then when we start leaving, we parked over by Bridgestone Arena and walked over. And as we're walking back, I would say about 40 to 48,000 of the fans were going to Broadway.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I mean, everybody just a sea of humanity walking back across the bridge on their way to downtown Nashville.
They're apparently planning now to build a dome over on that's the East Bank, I think they call that.
Yep.
And I've said all along, if they would build a dome where or close to where Nissan Stadium is, they could host any event they want. Because Broadway, I mean, could you imagine?
They'll get Final Four, Super Bowls.
Everything. Yeah, I told Dunaway, could you imagine the night of the national championship game, the scene on Broadway with Alabama and Georgia fans? No. First of all, that's drivable for both those. But just that's where everybody would be.
One problem, though, cold.
It is cold. Were you in Indianapolis?
No, I know. But that was the big. Most people are saying,
I know.
Never do it in a cold weather city again. And remember, we were in Nashville 2 nights before.
And it was snowed
freezing.
in. Yes, it was snowed in. That is true. But, I mean, in Nashville.
That's why you have to have the Dome Stadium to make it happen. But that, to me, that part of Nashville, Broadway, has passed Bourbon Street.
I agree completely.
Yeah.
I would
rather do that
I'd
easily.
100% rather go to Broadway than Bourbon Street.
Yeah, me too. Not even close. Make that a poll question. Cowan Equipment poll question.
I mean, I think it'll win. I think people that go to both, Broadway is far better than
New Orleans
Bourbon.
is much more dangerous. I think that's going to factor into it. It's a further drive. Back when we used to have that $100 Southwest 55-minute flight to New Orleans, it was hard to beat. And it didn't seem as dangerous. Maybe we were just younger and dumber then.
Well, you don't.
But it seems like there's only one genre of music.
Yeah, you don't like country music at all.
It.
So that may,
that would
flatten it out a
me
little
out.
bit. Yeah. Make that a Cowan Equipment poll question. It's brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with us here on the next round. Would love the opportunity to partner with your business for your heavy equipment needs. Visit them. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, go online, go to Cowan.com.
More of your best and worst of the weekend. Auburn, a loser at Tennessee, 67-62. They still got a one-game lead over Arkansas, Tennessee, and Kentucky. Alabama, a winner over South Carolina. They are now sole possession of fifth place as the SEC tournament starts next week. More of your best and worst of the weekend continues. New AP basketball poll out at 11 o'clock this morning, Central Time, after we lose the top 6 teams in the AP poll, all going down. First time in NCAA basketball history that happened. This is the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Does your kneecap swell after exercising? Did you feel pain in the knees pushing around the lawnmower? Do you have discomfort in your knees simply getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit PrecisionSportsOrtho.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. This hour of the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Gutter Cap. If you're looking to put your home on the market right now, Gutter Cap's a great way to improve that home a little bit. You can get those gutters right, and it helps you on resale.
Yeah, I had an opportunity to visit with my friend Chris Stewart, over the weekend, and he wants to remind all of the Next Round viewers and listeners, 45% off the retail price right now. Saw a video over the weekend of a dude falling off his ladder.
Oh, no. Oh, I saw that.
Did not look good. He landed on his back, too.
He landed on the ladder on his back.
I think the ladder probably softened the blow a little bit.
It did, but I think I'd rather landed in the bushes than on the ladder.
Point is, you do not want to get the ladder out. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You don't want to be cleaning the gutters. Get Chris Stewart out. They'll put on the Platinum cover system. It will eliminate all debris. You will never have to clean the gutters again. Call 823-2212 or go online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Sepp Straka wins on the Honda Classic Tour. Local guy now. Lives locally, you said? Georgia grad?
Yep. SEC Power.
Yep.
You already knew that.
So he won one shot over Shane Lowry, not a local guy.
Not a local guy. Shane Lowry's from Ireland. Sepp Straka's from Austria, but he lives in Birmingham. Yeah.
I saw where our first Austrian winner, and I misread it initially. I was like, Australia? Whatever. We had a ton of Australian
Greg
winners.
Norman. No, first Austrian winner on the PGA Tour lives in Birmingham because when he was at Georgia, he started dating a girl who's from here. And when she finished at Georgia, she moved back here for her career, and he's like, I got to live somewhere in America. May as well live next to the girl I like. And I think they're married now, if I'm not mistaken. So he liked Birmingham. She likes Birmingham. We've actually got a growing population of PGA Tour players here, believe it or not. It is it's a weird
So take
population.
your pick. It's Winter Park, Florida, or it's Birmingham, Alabama, right?
Yeah, but there's some guys who there have been an influx of PGA Tour guys that have stayed here in Birmingham. Some of them that finished at Alabama, some at Auburn, and they've stayed here in Birmingham. And there are some other guys that just kind of gravitate towards those guys. It's cheaper to live here than it is Orlando. So you got to live somewhere, and you're on the road a lot. So why not live somewhere that's a little bit cheaper?
Best and worst of the weekend brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Jacob writes in, his worst of the weekend was Auburn's rebounding in their loss to Tennessee. Tennessee got after Auburn and got the win over the weekend.
54-31, by the way, dominated the boards.
His best of the weekend was Lance's locks over the weekend. Did you have a good weekend over
it was a good weekend, yeah.
So he's complimenting you there. You want to share how good it was?
Well, I mean, Saturday was really good. 6-1 Saturday.
6-1. That may be what he's talking about, rolling with Lance's lock there. Wade said he watched an HBO documentary about the ABA about 20 years ago, and he says in that documentary, former players said they didn't like playing with the red, white, and blue painted basketballs, that it was slippery, would slip out of their hands during the shot. They couldn't get the same rotation on it. Back to the Nike ball discussion from earlier.
Yeah, I can believe that now. It's painted a different color, and I can tell. I don't even play basketball, but the pleather versus the leather, you could tell the difference, right?
Oh yeah,
like the fake leather versus the actual leather basketball. I mean, that's an easy one to tell the difference.
But I always thought those rubbery balls I could get a better grip on when we'd use the real game balls and shoot. My hands are tiny hands. I couldn't slip. I couldn't shoot
the
it.
rubbery ball. Like if you played outside, you had to have a driveway ball. If you played outside, if you tried to use that real leather ball outside, the driveway would just eat it right out.
Yeah, but they came out. I mean, it's been 30 years. The multi
multi-surface ball,
the street ball,
which I mean, because you originally just had the rubber street ball.
Yeah,
but
I
that
never
one
liked
that
that
was kind of pleather, but it worked.
Yeah, the rubbery balls, you never get the good bounce off the rim. I mean, it's like playing with a wonder ball. More your best and worst of the weekend, and they continue to roll in. My best of the weekend, says Jeff, was Alabama baseball getting swept. Not that they lost, but they played better than expected. That big point, I did notice that on Friday. I had to look up the Saturday and Sunday score, but I did see it come across the Twitter feed that all the betting odds we talked about on Friday and what big underdogs Alabama baseball was, they only lost 1-0 to number one Texas.
Stranded a runner on third to end the game.
I was surprised you were able to find that number, Brown, because a lot of, I mean,
I just saw it tweeted.
You won't find books that will actually put numbers on baseball, college baseball.
Circus Sports, the only reason I paid it any attention to Circus Sports tweeted it while we were talking to Chip Brown from Austin. And I'm like, holy crap, Texas is minus 520. And I even thought then that seems like a massive number for baseball. And Lance confirmed that it was. They only lose 1-0.
Jeff's worst of the weekend is a Kentucky fan, and Kentucky loses at Arkansas. Arkansas beats them 75-73. In that game, Wheeler and Washington came back and played for Kentucky. 14 for Wheeler, 10 for Washington. They didn't look 100%. But that was one of the best. I mean, there have been some great showdowns in SEC history. But what Note and Shibwe were doing in that game on opposite sides, each go for 30 points in that contest. And they put on – that was a fantastic college basketball game.
Well, look, they've won 13 of 14. And the way Note is playing right now, I mean, this is a dangerous, dangerous team. And this is kind of what we expected Arkansas to be coming into this season. But Arkansas's got the ability to make a Final Four run.
Note is the type of player that can carry you through an NCAA tournament. I mean, there are a few of those guys, but I think Note is one.
Their loss in that big run was in Tuscaloosa, where Note got 2 fouls early on, and Wimp complained here on the show or pointed out that you can't sit, even with 2 fouls, you can't sit your best player for 16, 17 minutes of the first half. He never got in rhythm, barely scored 10 points that day in Tuscaloosa. That's their only loss.
It's just hard to believe when you watch this team that they lost 5 of 6 earlier this season.
It is. It absolutely is. And again, there's no excuse for that place not being the toughest place in the Southeastern Conference to go play. It is huge. Those fans get into it. And, it was juiced. That was a fun game to watch with them in Kentucky. I mean, Cal even sent his team off early. I don't know. I know you were traveling some, Lance. I don't know if you saw that, but Cal sent his team off early, worried they were going to storm the court.
Boy,
they didn't.
I am glad. I almost played Arkansas minus 2.5, and boy, the way that thing ended.
That was a bad beat. Uncontested shot at the horn off the glass to cover. That was a tough one.
That would have been bad there.
Yeah.
Also, best and worst of the weekend rolling in. Derek writes in, says his best of the weekend, Alabama softball getting another run rule. His worst of the weekend was the Alabama baseball team getting swept there. You can keep those best and worst rolling in, brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Sports. Paul says CBS's bracket, that is Jerry Palm, I believe.
Yep, I was just looking at it.
Has Alabama as a 4 seed, up to a 4 seed. I don't know what it is. It's all marketing, I know. but I never really pay much attention to Jerry's bracketology. I don't know why.
He's got Bama as a 4 seed playing Toledo. He has them in Gonzaga's side of the bracket, which is interesting.
I would imagine by the time we get to Selection Sunday, that everybody's bracketology looks about the same, don't you?
Well, you pay a lot of attention to Lenardi because he's got ESPN next to his name.
That's right. It's the marketing of it.
Yeah, it
also.
is the marketing. Yeah, Lenardi historically is not one of the better ones.
Hey, and you talk about being in Gonzaga's region. I think a lot of teams probably want that.
Well, I mean, who was it? Maybe it was Steve Prohm. Maybe it was another one of our guests. Steve's here at the top of the hour. But one of our analysts said, traditionally out west, yes, you've got Gonzaga out there, but you will not have the same depth in that out west region as you usually do. Gonzaga, by the way, one of those teams losing over the weekend is St. Mary's got them and stormed the court. Our friends at High Point, hey, chance to go get some good barbecue. High Point, they've got a great barbecue place that everybody's talking about.
Creekside Barbecue. People are raving about this place. Have you visited the new Creekside Barbecue just off of I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit? They have a huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek, several TVs, incredible food from obviously delicious barbecue, great sides, fantastic burgers. Make sure you stop by, see our friends at Creekside. They've got a ton of beer on tap as well, and they also offer catering up to 200 people. Stop in, see Connor and the guys at Creekside Barbecue, and tell them the next round sent you.
All right, when we come back, Steve Prohm joins us to talk a little college basketball. What does he make of top six teams going down over the weekend? And a little advice to Auburn fans if you're thinking about panicking right now, and what he thinks of who can run the table in March Madness as we flip the calendar to March next on TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to Delicious.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened their new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, and they'll be opening new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville in the next few weeks. My friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience. ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
New hour here on The Next Round. LTD&B with you, 179 days away on the countdown to week 0. And we're about to talk to Steve Prohm about this crazy basketball weekend. But first, our headlines being brought to you by our friends right there at Precision Sports. Precision Sports bringing us our headlines, LT.
Yes, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations in central Alabama, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. Your injury cannot wait any longer. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit PrecisionSportsOrtho.com.
Auburn still holds a 1-game lead in the SEC regular season race with 2 to play over Arkansas, Tennessee, and Kentucky now all lined up right behind them. Alabama, with their win, is in sole possession of 5th place. 2 games left, and then we're off to Tampa for the tournament. UAB gets a win over the weekend to finish the sweep over UTEP on that road trip. They rallied to win. They go on the road at Southern Miss and then wrap up a game with Louisiana Tech before heading to Frisco for the Conference USA tournament. Jack State is the number 1 seed in the ASUN tournament that starts later on this week. Samford plays in the tournament in Asheville for the Southern Conference on Saturday. They'll get North Carolina Greensboro. Kyle Larson, a winner in NASCAR at California. And as we said, it was a big weekend in baseball and softball. We'll get to more of that a little bit later on, and that's your headline.
And Coach Steve Prohm is with us now. The Field of 68 is where you find him, at the Field of 68 on Twitter, at Coach Prohm is where he is on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline with us now. Welcome in, Coach. How are you today?
I'm great. Thanks for having me. Hope you guys are doing well.
Well, wonderful. It was a historic college basketball weekend. This has never happened, where the top 6 teams lost on the same day, and we've been playing college basketball a long time. Which one jumped out at you the most that you were like, okay, big upsets, but I did not see that one coming?
Yeah, I think the first thing, when you try to keep it in perspective, is number one, they were all on the road. And it is hard to win on the road in college basketball, especially when you're going against really good teams. But I think the one that probably stuck out to me the most was Arizona going into Colorado. Obviously, that's a tough trip. You know, Utah, Colorado, that swing. Colorado coming off a loss to Arizona State 2 days prior, and then being up at half by 5 to get beat, 79-63. I think the Arizona loss was probably the biggest surprise for me.
Yeah, it's sticking out west. I mean, I think we all agree, Coach, that Gonzaga is not what Gonzaga was last year, but typically we see them just roll through the Western Coast Conference, and for them to lose by double digits, I know St. Mary's is good, but that was a little unexpected as well.
Yeah, I think, Gonzaga, obviously, really, really good basketball team, And I don't know if they'll stay number one. They may stay number one because of all the people that lost behind them. But I think when you look at St. Mary's, number one, those teams know each other so well. Twice a year. They've had such a great rivalry for years. They did a terrific job against Timmy and Holmgren, being physical, being really, really active with their hands. And then they kept the tempo at what they needed. You know, they kept Gonzaga under 60 points, which is very, very hard to do and very, very rare. And I was on the show last night with Field of 68, and Gonzaga has not had a 4-assist game since 2010 was the last time, and they had 4 assists the other night in Moraga. And then St. Mary's had a chance to run the table for the first time ever and go undefeated at home. So I think there was a lot on the line for St. Mary's that night.
Steve, if you go back to your coaching days and you guys discussing it on the Field of 68, how much do you put in peaking at the right time for the NCAA tournament, not playing your best basketball in January or early February, like a team like Arkansas, who everything seems to be trending up right now with Musselman's team?
Yeah, I think they're a perfect example to where, they started off the year, obviously a lot of transfers, some good returners in the program, and everybody knows how hard, especially you guys being down there in Birmingham, how hard it is to win in Bud Walton Arena, to where they got off to a slow start, 0-3 in the SEC. They've won 13 out of 14 games, and they have a legitimate chance. I don't think it'll happen because of Auburn's schedule to share a chance to have a share of the SEC championship. I think Auburn wins their last 2 games and wins it outright. But I think peaking at the right time, tournament play is huge. As you get into late January, February, and that mid-February to March, you want to be playing your best basketball. There's nobody playing as good as Arkansas right now. I mean, they're playing terrific.
Coach Steve Prohm is with us, and Coach Prohm on Twitter. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. There is no reason, I'm not suggesting even in asking this question, that there is a reason to panic with Auburn. But they are 3-3 over the last 6, which is something we had not seen from them this year. How do you react to that as a coach when you're Bruce Pearl? Do you just you know the important games are coming up? You don't want to panic because you don't want to send that to your team, but how much is fixable right now of any small issues that Auburn might have?
Well, I think obviously when you look at their 3 losses, and I think everybody really wants to harp on Auburn right now, are they still going to be a number 1 seed? Are they still going to win the SEC? They've lost 3 of their last 6. When you look at it from a coaching standpoint, they've lost 3 out of their last 6. All 3 have been on the road in 1-possession games. At Tennessee this weekend, at Florida, and then at Arkansas. They actually had a chance to win the game in regulation. Tie game at Arkansas in regulation had a chance to win it. They had the last shot. And so I think you have to keep some of it in perspective. Their guard play has to get better. And I think all year long when Auburn's been really good, they've had Jabari Smith, they've had Kessler around the rim, but I think they've had great balance from their guards and their bench. And I think when you look at the numbers from the Tennessee game, that's who's got to be better. They need better production from the bench, better production from those guards. And then Tennessee just out-rebounded them. They physically just got after them. But I'm a big fan of Auburn. I have been all year. I mean, at the end of the day, they've lost 4 games all season, and it's March 1st. And that's something they need to be really, really proud of.
So Steve Prohm continues the conversation with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Speaking of Auburn, when you start, I don't know if you fill out a bracket, when you start looking at the NCAA tournament, do you look at teams that have shot very differently on the road than at home? Because obviously the home court advantage is done at that point. Auburn, I see they're like 99th in the country with one of those metrics, adjusted offensive efficiency in their road games. I mean, you're a top 5 team in rankings, but if you're shooting number 99 in the country away from Auburn Arena, that should be a red flag to some people, I would say.
Yeah, you can look at it that way, and especially the one thing that's hard as you go into the NCAA tournament for these higher seeds is, in those neutral site games, the neutral fans, they're going to tend to just root for the underdog. And so if it's a close game, the environment's going to be going against you a little bit, to where everybody wants to see the March Madness, the Cinderella stories, and the teams pull off the upset. But I think Bruce Pearl's one of the best coaches in the country, and I think he'll have his guys ready and just clean up the little things that they have to before they go to the SEC tournament. But, you know, if you said at the end of the year that they've got a chance to win the SEC going in the last week of the season, they've done a lot of really good things. But obviously, you know, if they can get Flanagan back going, Green, you know, and a couple of those other guards off the bench, Cambridge, then I think they'll be in good shape.
Hey, shifting to the Big Ten, numbers say it. Most experts will say the Big Ten's the best conference right now in college basketball. Is there a team, though, in the Big Ten you trust to win 6 games once we get to the tournament?
Man, that's the tricky thing, I think, with the Big Ten. Phenomenal league, and when you talk about road environments, maybe the best league in the country when you talk about road environments. I mean, everywhere you go, it seems like they pack it, from Nebraska to Wisconsin to Michigan State to Illinois. You know, Wisconsin, if they can win tomorrow night, they're going to win the Big Ten outright. You know, I would be surprised if they don't finish up the deal and beat Nebraska on that Saturday and win it outright. They have a player in Johnny Davis that's good enough to carry them to a Final Four. But I think all those 3 teams can make a run, Purdue, Illinois, and Wisconsin. But if I had to pick one, I'd probably say Illinois from a standpoint of I love their guard play. I love their toughness with Trent Frazier. I love their ability to shoot the basketball. And they've got a dominant force in the middle in Kofi.
Is there one, away from the power conferences in basketball, we start all the conference tournaments this week and next week. Is there one that you always enjoy, like which was the one that used to be played in Kansas City? It was like, St. Louis, Arch Madness.
Yeah, Arch Madness.
The Mo Valley. Is there a conference tournament you enjoy a lot, Steve?
You know, I'm biased because I was in the league for 6 years and won the tournament twice. I think, I went to college at Alabama, and so I was around the SEC tournament a lot. I don't think there's a better conference tournament from a fan support and an energy in the arena than the Big 12. I think Kansas City, for that location, the way it's set up to where it's Kansas can get there, Kansas State can get there, the Texas schools are close enough. Iowa State, fills the gym. They call it Hilton South. I think from my experiences, the Big 12 is the best conference tournament in the country when you talk about not only the teams and the players, but the way it's supported, really from the first night to the last day.
All right, we're going to end with what I will admit sounds like a dumb question coming out of my mouth, and I'm not sure how much of it isn't somewhat of a joke, but some Auburn fans are discussing the fact that all of their games, apparently, they have to play with a Nike basketball. As a coach, was that a big deal when you went to a road arena and it was a different basketball than you normally used?
As I further got along, when I was at Murray State, I didn't really even think about it. Iowa State, we started doing that a lot from a standpoint of if we were going to play an Under Armour team, we practiced with an Under Armour ball. But I just think, man, the great players, man, they don't care. They're going to play with the ball they have, and the great ones are going to make great plays in the big moments, and so I wouldn't worry too much about that. I'd be more concerned of, are we really sharing the ball on offense, and are we getting back on defense?
Yeah, Bruce would say that ball passes the same. It may not shoot the same, but it passes the same, right?
Yeah, the ball's got to move, and if your ball moves, you'll get good enough shots to where they have good enough players there at Auburn, led by Jabari, that they'll be in good shape, whether it's an underarm ball, Wilson, or Spalding, or Nike.
He is Coach Steve Prohm at the Field of 68, at the Field of 68 on Twitter, and go follow him on Twitter as well, at Coach Prohm. Thank you, Coach. Always good.
Thanks, guys.
All right, take care. Coach Steve Prohm with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Joe Lenardi dropped his bracket while we were out.
Okay,
while we were talking to Coach. I'm sorry.
We'll take a look at that after LT tells us about the great folks at Mortgage Right.
Yes, since day one, Mortgage Right's been with us right here on the Next Round. If you're in the housing market, you might be wondering when the best time is to buy a home. Well, wonder no longer, because with our friends at Mortgage Right, every day is the right day to purchase a new home. With locations nationwide, Mortgage Right is the perfect matchmaker to connect you with the home of your dreams. Mortgage Right's team of skilled professionals, they've got the knowledge to move you in with confidence. Make your day better. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Now, as we pointed out, Jerry Palm at CBS still has Auburn. I think he's got him as number 2
Number 2 overall.
Number 2 overall. I would have to double check, but he definitely has them as a 1 seed. He's got Alabama as a 4 seed.
Now this is Lenardi's worksheet. His full bracket comes out tomorrow morning.
That's right.
Usually.
Yep.
Yes.
So this is his worksheet for the night. Your 1 seeds: 1 Gonzaga, 2 Arizona, 3 Kansas, 4 Baylor.
Yep.
He has dropped Auburn to the 2 line, the number 5 overall seed for him.
Surprising, though, that it's Baylor up on that 1 line ahead of Auburn, Kentucky, Duke, some other teams that I think are better than Baylor this year.
Well, as he points out, Baylor's got a tough game tonight against Texas, who he has as a 4 seed, his 16th overall. He's got Bama as a 5 seed, but as he says, if Baylor loses that game, they're right back down to the 2, and Auburn's back to the 1. So it's them and Baylor 4, Joe Lenardi anyway.
But Baylor's won 5 of 6 or 1 loss at Texas Tech, and they're finally getting healthy. So I think a completely healthy Baylor team is a scary Baylor team. And we saw it on Saturday.
Health has been an issue for them at times this year, like it has for Kentucky and others.
Yeah, he's got Arkansas and Bama both on the 5 line. So I don't know. I mean, Bama beat Arkansas. Again, this is Joe Lenardi. This is not the selection committee. They could think about this totally differently. But if you were looking for one of those to bump up to a 4, you wonder how much Tampa would play into it. What you do with your opportunity there in Tampa.
First 4 out, BYU, San Diego State, SMU, and Oregon. The next 4 out, Virginia Tech, Florida. So Florida, next 4 out, long way away from getting into the tournament. Last 4 in, Memphis, Indiana, Rutgers, and Loyola, Chicago.
Yeah.
So they're comfortably in. Last 4 byes: San Francisco, North Carolina, Wake Forest, and Michigan, who's now played their way off the bubble a little bit there. They've got a bye and a little breathing room.
Yeah, this is where some of that is where he diverges from a guy like Jerry Palm, who's got Florida, North Carolina in a play-in game up in Dayton. So he's got them all the way out, and not even the next 4 in. Palm's got him in a play-in game. So
something that really irates a lot of our listeners and viewers, LT, is that 9 Big Ten teams are in the tournament right now. And you were just talking to Steve about, that league and stuff. Last year we bought into the Big Ten hype, and they got bounced fairly early. A lot of those seeds, they ate up a lot of seeds and got sent home early. 9 NCAA tournament teams right now.
Well, last year, look, Keegan Murray's really good for Iowa, but you had Luka Garza, you had your player of the year playing for Iowa, but you had 1 seeds in Illinois and Michigan. So there seemed like there was a lot of promise. I just look at this league, and I think it's really good, like Prohm said, but I don't know if there's a team that can win 6 games.
But you would say that about a lot of teams. It's hard to picture. You said now 8 to 12 they can win 6.
But there's at least 5 or 6 teams I probably would have before I would include a Big Ten team.
Give me the one you trust. So who's the Big Ten team you trust? I've established Purdue is not that team.
I know. I still probably go Purdue.
If that's the team you're trusting most, that says all you need.
Just because of the size.
That says all you need to know. If Purdue's the team you're trusting the most, I think that says all you need to know about the Big Ten.
If you're just going by the seeds, Purdue's the highest seed. Wisconsin is next. I don't think Wisconsin can win 6 games.
No, they've got a player in Johnny Davis that can will you and win games, but they've won 6 of 7.
Illinois.
Coburn is a big that can actually, he can put you on his back. He gets in foul trouble though. They're done.
Yeah, I'm with Lance. I'm with you. I don't know who I trust in the Big Ten. I know they're gonna have a bunch of teams in this thing, but I just don't know who I trust out of that.
How about 7 Big East bids?
It's a good conference.
Good little league.
It is a good league.
SEC Big 12 with 6, the ACC with 5. They would be disappointed with that.
See, I think there's 4 teams in the SEC that can actually win a national championship.
You don't include Alabama in that.
I do not.
Yeah, but Auburn, Kentucky, Arkansas, and Tennessee. Yep. More teams that can win it all in the SEC than the Big Ten?
No, you're not even close.
Not even close.
Yeah.
All right. Pac-12 with 3. The Western Conference with Gonzaga, the WCC, Gonzaga, St. Mary's, and San Francisco with 3 bids. The Mountain West with 3. The American, where UAB is eventually heading, 2, and the Mo Valley with 2. Everyone else is a 1-bid league.
The West Coast, by the way, because some games got canceled, I don't know if you guys saw this, but they used KenPom for their seedings.
I saw their bracket.
It's a triple bye.
Yeah,
Gonzaga.
You win one game, you're in the championship game.
I don't know why they did their bracket that way. I guess to extend the length of the tournament.
It's just dumb.
But you're right. Gonzaga and St. Mary's are already in the semifinals.
They're both going to be playing for the championship.
It's just delaying the inevitable.
Well, you're trying to protect in a league like that. You're trying to protect your one bell cow, and that's Gonzaga.
And give San Francisco a chance to get another win, or whoever that San Francisco is for you that might be the third team in, they at least get another win. That's going to be against a team that is not going to help you a ton.
KenPom, as we start basketball today, the rating service we go to a lot. Gonzaga, Kentucky is up to number 2. Baylor and Arizona, your top 4. Duke, Houston, Kansas, and Auburn 8th in the KenPom. Tennessee is 11. Arkansas still not ahead of LSU, which always makes me hesitant on the KenPom. LSU is 18, Arkansas 20, Alabama 21.
That
LSU team has struggled.
Yeah, still 20-9 though. I mean, they've got a decent enough record, but Arkansas is 23-6, 20 in the KenPom. My eyeballs tell me there are not 19 better teams than Arkansas in this country.
No,
that's what my eyeballs say.
Well,
now,
the way they're playing right now, I
different.
don't. Now you can say that.
Yeah, if we were filling out our brackets right now, there'd be a lot of love for Arkansas
you would
going
see,
deep.
I would say about every 6 or 7 brackets probably has them in a Final Four, depending on what region they're in.
Do you trust Musselman?
Yeah, I think Musselman's a good coach.
Okay. It's interesting. I mean, I like Note. That guy, again, that's a guy that can take the tournament over.
But and that's one guy, though, you worry that if he got in foul trouble like he did in Tuscaloosa, that
you're dead.
They're not the same team anymore. There are some people that can survive that. And at one point, I thought Auburn could survive one player being in foul
Kessler
trouble.
or Jabari getting in foul trouble.
Yeah.
But I think once you get to, Elite Eights and Final Fours, you can't get those guys in foul trouble.
I mean, Musselman, it's been hit or miss for him. He was out after one in Nevada twice, but he went to the Sweet 16 the other time. And the Elite Eight last year. Yeah. So, I mean, he knows his way around the tournament.
I think he's a good coach. A lot of people don't like his Euro shirts, but
he would be the first coach in a arm brace to win a national championship, if I'm not mistaken.
Because that's not coming off anytime soon. It doesn't look like it.
No.
Yeah. All right. When we come back, LT's got 3 and out for us today. Still to come, Josh Pate from Late Kick on 24/7 joins us at the top of the hour at 11 o'clock. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. Man, our friends at Bud Light, they've been working hard, long hours to come up with Bud Light Next. You see it on the screen behind me right now. The newest and biggest innovation in beer with only 80 calories and 0 carbs. I forget which couple of you guys sent us pictures in our DMs over the weekend that you'd made the switch to Bud Light Next for the spring and summer. Thank you guys so much. It's a light body, crisp taste out there. If you're ready for what's next, Bud Light has Bud Light Next, available now wherever you buy beer.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you. so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. You've heard some of my coworkers talk about the amazing results they've had from Way to Wellness. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. I didn't set out to drop a bunch of weight. I was just looking for sensible snacks to maintain my weight. I found those at Way to Wellness. You can too. Visit aplanforme.com. Whether you want to lose weight or just snack more sensibly and maintain your weight, you can do that with Way to Wellness. I love the fudge graham and the caramel crunch. They are terrific. Find out more at aplanforme.com. And join us here on the Next Round for our journey to a healthier life with Way to Wellness.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Did you see where Phil Mickelson lost all these sponsors, the endorsements? KPMG, Workday, Amstel, Callaway, American Express, all pulled out because of his comments from what he thought was a off-the-record comment that was leaked out?
I don't know if he thought it was off the record, honestly, or if that was the easy thing to say once you get busted by it. But they'll all come back. That's the way this happens, is you drop it, you let the news cycle turn to something else, which it will, and then you sneak back in.
Yeah, but he lost his tournament, too.
Yeah, that was the American Express, whatever event that is. He was the face of it, right?
That's right,
The Mickelson Foundation was behind it. The good news for Phil is he's already got his money.
Yeah, he's got plenty of cash.
But he's known to be
a gambler.
So you wonder how much he really has, right?
I bet you'd love the book, Phil Mickelson.
Oh, yeah, you know you would.
But I can't think of Phil Mickelson in any piece of video or shot I've ever seen without two things on his shirt or hat, KPMG and Callaway.
That's all I think about is the KPMG.
I don't even know what it is.
I don't either.
It's an accounting firm.
It is?
Yeah.
So KPMG and Callaway Workday, Amstel, American Express, they're big names, everything. But those two, when I think of, that's almost like seeing, TB12 or the TW logo. That's what I think is the Mickelson logo there.
They'll be back. They'll be back. That's the way you do it. You let the news cycle move on to something else and everybody forget about it. And then you don't make an announcement. You just sneak back in with Phil, and all of a sudden he shows back up wearing that gear again.
You remember Kobe lost all of his endorsers at one point.
He somehow managed to make them back.
Tiger did as well. One of our endorsers is Alabama Power. Glad to have them with us on this Monday as we power into a new week.
Timely communication is more important today than ever before when it comes to reaching Alabama Power. It extends beyond just phone or mail. You have a lot of options available to receive account information, and they offer paperless billing. You receive your bill via email each month. For information on all of this, visit alabamapower.com/myaccount.
Sanford offensive coordinator and just recently a New York Giants assistant, Russ Callaway, is joining the Florida Gator staff as an offensive analyst. And Todd Grantham has officially joined the Alabama coaching staff as a defensive analyst. And did you see Spencer Rattler's latest deal? Jim Hudson Chevrolet and a new truck and a Garnet truck that he's been given a truck.
Hi, I'm Spencer Rattler from Jim Hudson Chevrolet.
Yeah, go on down there. Don't buy no ugly truck. In this Gamecock, look under the wing if you find a can of snuff. Remember that? There was some old truck commercial. Help me out. Anybody in Farmfolio? There was a truck commercial in Birmingham that had something about looking under the wing of a rooster.
It had to be.
I don't remember that.
That had a can of snuff.
Rockstar, who was the dad and the son?
Was it Ernest McCarthy? No, Jim Skinner.
Jim Skinner. How did they do?
They were doing that Skinner Prize, and they always laughed their asses off.
They did.
That was a fun shoot.
It looked like they had a good time doing it, though. And it looked like they did it in one take.
Yeah.
And it didn't matter how much they laughed.
Let's do 3 and Out today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire. LT, tell us about Vulcan and then lead us through this, man.
Yeah, anything you need bumper to bumper, from brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more, they can do it for you and your family. 4 locations at online VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
More surprising that Patrick Ewing has Georgetown 0-17 in the Big East, or that the Lakers are sitting at 27-33 and 2.5 games back of the final playoff spot.
Well, I'd say it's the Lakers. They're more surprising. I mean, they tried to put together an all-star-ish team. And, I don't even know what Georgetown has.
A Legends team.
A Legends team, yeah. It's like the senior tour of all-star games.
No, I would say 0-17 Georgetown, though, Brown. I mean, it's hard to...
They were in the NCAA tournament last year.
Yeah, it's hard not to win a game in a conference. I mean, you got to be historically bad not to beat at least somebody who's usually historically bad in your conference. That's a name brand, Georgetown.
Dude, and he is the face of Georgetown basketball. I mean, him or John Thompson. As good as, Alonzo Mourning and Mutombo and some of the other guys, Reggie Williams, great players, Allen Iverson. But you got to get rid of him.
You do.
Well, he said today, or yesterday, it was in ESPN.com this morning, that he hopes to return. So you have a legend of Georgetown who had a team in the NCAA tournament, basically, asking to keep his job publicly. And, that says a lot that Patrick Ewing is having to ask, I hope I'm back next year to keep coaching these kids.
And here's what doesn't make sense. We can talk about Nebraska. It's tough to recruit there in football, and Miami, the same thing, whatever's happened to Miami football. But Georgetown basketball, when you've got Butler doing what they did and what Gonzaga consistently does, Georgetown should be able to maintain this.
It should. You just have to ask the question, did JT, the old man, did he just know what he was doing? I mean, the kid won there a little bit, but who else has won there outside of John Thompson?
Yeah, everyone is saying they go with Georgetown. JM Dog, Georgetown's more surprising. We all know Westbrook sucks and Davis is made of glass. Smuff says they put together an over-the-hill all-star team plus Anthony Glass, Joe Davis.
Yeah. AD's the only one I like, and obviously he is not playing.
Our FedEx guy here in the building, I rode the elevator up with him the other day, and he was talking sports with me, and he said, I'm an Alabama football fan. Or he's talking basketball. He said, I'm an Alabama football fan, but in basketball, and I swear I thought he was going to say Kentucky or North Carolina, because I know a lot of those, right? Alabama football fan. I like Kentucky or North Carolina in basketball.
He's a Hoya?
He said, I'm a Georgetown guy. And I was like, oh my gosh. I said, well, at least one of your teams has been relevant over the last 15 years.
God, that brand was so good back in the day. I mean, it was Miami football.
Yep.
Second down.
Okay, better chance. Kyler Murray actually decides to forego football one day and plays professional baseball, or Tom Brady quarterbacks in another Super Bowl?
I think we insult how good professional baseball players are to think that Kyler Murray could just go play professional baseball.
I mean, but he had an option is what people will point to.
I think if he
could have
focused,
played.
he could play. I don't know if he would be good.
Yeah.
I think he would ultimately make a major league roster.
Yeah.
Like Russell Wilson, I think also had an option at one point.
He was drafted multiple times. I mean, look at Tebow got to Double-A, and I mean that was a guy that hadn't played in years, and I don't think Tebow had close to the skill set Kyler Murray had.
I think John Elway made it to the AAA. I believe the Yankees farm team was the Columbus Clippers back in the day. I think he made it to AAA Columbus.
Yeah.
Danny Ainge.
Kyler Murray was pretty dominant at Oklahoma.
Yeah, I think Danny Ainge actually played pro games with the Toronto Blue Jays.
I think it would be Deion Sanders like to me.
Oh, I don't know that he would ever be as good as Deion Sanders.
Another example, Deion Sanders and the Jordan guy, Brian Jordan, was it, for the Cardinals?
Brian Jordan. But my point is, you're a starting quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah.
Are you ever going to be to that level of Major League Baseball?
No, and he won't do this. What is going on this offseason has been silly and stupid. And they're trying to walk it back with the Arizona fans. That should be his franchise. He is the starter there. He should get his representative in line with him. They should focus on being better at football and then get this deal worked out. I mean, it's not even he's got a deal for next year. It's about whether or not they're going to pick up the 5th-year option on this guy or let him hit free agency. My God, if he hit free agency, he'd be better off. He could pick his team.
But you've still got this guy locked in. So if I'm the Arizona Cardinals, look, I mean, more than likely he is the guy. But boy, some major inconsistencies in the way he played down the stretch. I mean, he was terrible.
I don't blame him not picking up his fifth year option.
I mean, you're going into year 4, so let's see how year 4 goes, and then we'll pick up that fifth year.
That's exactly right. And Baker Mayfield, I mean, they didn't pick up his fifth year option, did they? No. I mean, you don't do that. You don't. Daniel Jones, you don't pick up his fifth year option. Those guys haven't proven themselves.
Is there anybody alive that is convinced Kyler Murray could take Arizona to the Super Bowl?
No, not yet. No.
I think if you go back to early October this year, there were people that were.
There was a time when Jameis Winston, Tampa Bay never picked up his fifth year option. They were waiting to see if he got better. They didn't. They let him go. Now Jameis may end up being a big pickup this year for somebody. Who knows?
Guess who got option picked up in year 3?
Oh, Matt Stafford,
Jared Goff.
Oh.
Yeah.
After that Super Bowl run.
And why not? Why not?
Yeah.
Of course, he got him to a Super Bowl.
Third down.
Luka Doncic, 23 today. Can you believe the kid's only 23 years old? If I ask you ultimately more, actually NBA Finals appearances or Super Bowl appearances for Dak? So NBA Finals appearances for Luka or Super Bowl appearances for Dak?
Whoa. I mean, I would say odds would tell you Dak never plays in the Super Bowl. That's the odds play on that.
You know, Mark Cuban's a great owner. Luka's a great player. But you've got to put at least one, if not 2 other parts around him that gets them to elite. I don't think there's the changeover at the top of the league in the NBA as much as there is. I'd take more Dak Super Bowls than I will Luka in the finals.
I think I would take Luka just because of this ridiculous bad run that Dallas has been on. And Luka being 23, you've got a good 8 to 10 years left if you're Luka. And you're right, it's 1 or 2 pieces. And right now, they're the 4th, 5th best team in the West. So they don't have too much to do in front of them. And right now, Dallas is what, 4th or 5th best team in the national or the NFC?
Yeah. And I'm just saying that's not a shot at Dallas or Dak. The odds are most quarterbacks don't play in a Super Bowl. That's the odds play there. If you say, does Dak ever play in a Super Bowl or not, the odds tell you he doesn't.
I'll go stake on Dak gets to the Super Bowl before Luka gets to the finals.
Okay.
I like that stake bet. Brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Fourth down.
Eric Lindros, 49 today, and Pat Monahan, the lead singer for
Pat Monahan?
Monahan is 53. Better career.
Who was my first one? You threw me off.
Eric Lindros.
Eric Lindros. I don't know much about hockey. I'm not a big Train fan, but they've been super successful.
He was good before the concussions, man. He was really, really good.
Pat Monahan or Eric Lindros?
I don't know if Pat Monahan's ever had any.
Lindros, one of the best young players in hockey, Flyers, right?
Yeah.
Came in the league 18,
he
19.
was incredible.
I'd go Lindros. Train is polarizing. Tears of Jupiter.
Teardrops on
Jupiter.
Teardrops on Jupiter.
What is it?
Drops of Jupiter.
Drops of Jupiter.
But they've done more than that.
Meet Virginia. There was over Christmas, my parents' house, they were watching the Hallmark Channel. Hallmark occasionally shows Christmas movies. And it was at a hotel, and the concierge for the hotel was a guy that was Pat Monahan. Yes, he is acting. And so one night.
Was it well played?
No, well, I only saw a couple minutes of it. One night, he's in the on a stage, like in the lobby, and he's singing with the piano. He had a piano player, and he's just belting it out. Like nobody's there though. And one of the girls comes in, one of the managers comes in and sees him, and he's like just doing incredible. And he gets embarrassed, like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. You weren't supposed to see that. I feel so bad. I'll get back to my job." No, that was beautiful. You need to sing. And he does a Christmas special at the end.
Wow.
It's a great movie.
That's a great movie.
I got to see that.
I would tell you, Parmalee was playing in the Winter Park up in Nashville, and they did a cover. They were, they got a little beat going in the background. We're about to do a sing-along song for everybody, one of our covers we like to do in concert. And I looked at the guys I was with, and I said, "Oh, please, anything but Wagon Wheel or that Train song." I couldn't remember.
If you see a faded sign on the side of the road.
Actually,
I would have liked that one better. It ended up being Drops of Jupiter.
I think their worst song is that Soul Sister song. It is awful.
No, the worst one is where they play play that song. The one that makes me go on. What's the name of it? I think Play That Song is the name of it.
You sound like Steve Martin in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Play that song.
Where he was trying to.
3 coins in a fountain.
I think I actually like that better.
He actually has a huge song. Train's super popular. A huge engagement song is that "Marry Me" song. Where people get somebody. I've been asked 3 different times, one from a coworker, to play that song while they
use
propose.
the heck out of that.
Marry Me.
And you just say no.
Well, that was a trivia.
One of the many J's in the Farmfolio chat room. If you take some of LT's gummies, Train is a good concert.
I've seen Train actually open. It was pouring rain at the amphitheater. They opened for Matchbox 20. It's probably 15, 20 years ago. It was a pretty good show. I don't remember much about Train.
Robert says Train's first album was fantastic, and then they got way too poppy.
I like the Meet Virginia song back in the day.
That was the first album.
But boy, he's big with SiriusXM. He hosts his own show on there, and I think they play his stuff heavily because of that.
Looks like our former boss.
He does.
Yep. And Phil Dunphy.
Yeah, like those two had a kid.
Yep.
All right, that's 3 now today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Again, great guys, locally owned and operated. Stop by, get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations at online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Right, Auburn a loser. New AP poll out in about 20 minutes, and we'll find out where Auburn drops or if they hold their own, because 6 AP top 6 teams ended up losing, 7 in the top 10 this past weekend. Alabama has now won 5 of 6 with their win. They're at home to wrap up the season. Their home schedule Wednesday night against Texas A&M. UAB's a winner as well. I'll tell you what's still to come on the show after I tell you about Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Right now, if you're looking to have a roof repaired or get one inspected, call a respected roof contractor.
I got no respect. No respect.
You need a roof that's respected.
I try to give shelter, and they give me no respect.
You got to call my buddy Greg from Pell City. He's a respected roofing contractor, one of the best in the business, and he's been doing this over 20 years, locally owned, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, all the best warranties in the business. Insurance companies trust this guy, especially when storms come through. Next time you have storm damage at your house, call Greg, this number, 205-542-3531. 542-3531. I'll give you the number again in a second. What Greg will do, he will come out and put together a picture portfolio of the damage so you can do some repairs to secure a house, but you've got the photos there that he can show the insurance company so you get all the money you're supposed to get from the insurance companies. They trust him. You should too. And if you haven't had a roof inspected recently, get a free no-cost inspection, no obligation, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531, or simply look him up, Greg from Pell City on Facebook, Storm Restoration Roofing. Up next, Rockstar's viewing menu and the one and only Josh Pate at 11 o'clock on Next Round.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now, you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Stay up to date with The Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com. You've heard some of my coworkers talk about the amazing results they've had from Way to Wellness. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. I didn't set out to drop a bunch of weight. I was just looking for sensible snacks to maintain my weight. I found those at Way to Wellness. You can too. Visit aplanforme.com. Whether you want to lose weight or just snack more sensibly and maintain your weight, you can do that with Way to Wellness. I love the fudge graham and the caramel crunch. They are terrific. Find out more at aplanforme.com. And join us here on the Next Round for our journey to a healthier life with Way to Wellness.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Hey, Next Round listeners, I'm ESPN's Lauren Sisler. You know, after a very busy football season, I'm ready to get some projects done around the house. And the first thing on my list is getting a new roof. I personally know the guys over at Cardinal Roofing, and I know I can count on them to be honest and to get the job done. Maybe you don't need a full roof replacement, but maybe just a tune-up to give you peace of mind going into the summer months. Call Cardinal Roofing for a no-cost, no-commitment, and honest inspection of your roof. For any of your residential or commercial roofing needs, make sure you choose this longtime Birmingham company, Cardinal Roofing. Find us at cardinal-roof.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Back with you on the Next Round. Alabama softball run rules number 20, Louisiana Lafayette. Auburn wins their tournament over the weekend. They're 15-1. Alabama's 15-0. SEC women's basketball tournament starts on Wednesday up in Nashville. Alabama and Auburn play each other at 11 o'clock. And we got a lot of NFL news to get to coming up later in the show. That includes Aaron Rodgers. Man, you got to be impressed with what the Packers have done, creating some space. Did I read it correctly? They've created $49 million in space. Is that possible?
I mean, boy, you would have to shift and restructure a lot of contracts. But if they were able to do that, you know, if you're Aaron Rodgers, what are you waiting on?
Well, I'm waiting on them to show me how they're going to spend their money.
Yeah, Devontae Adams is what I'm waiting on.
Yeah, get Devontae Adams and show me what we're going to spend that money on, that we've created some space.
So fatiguing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you don't like him, and it's fatiguing, but I wouldn't want to commit back to the Packers if I don't know, first of all, Devontae is going to be there. I don't want to go back and play with nobody.
But you got to figure Devontae at least would sign, at least you can lock Devontae in with a franchise tag.
Well, they can.
There's nothing he can do about it.
Well, they haven't done that yet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I want to see.
But I guarantee if Aaron Rodgers said, hey, look, worst case, you're locking him in, they would say, yeah. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is not going to come back for a multi-year deal. It would be a one-year deal. Again, exhausting. Hey, look, you won 13 games, and you had the 1 seed in 3 consecutive years.
Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling, Vulcan Gin, the official vodka of the World Games, coming to Birmingham in just over 100 days.
Hey, look, we love to support local, and if you're a vodka drinker, you're probably not supporting Russian right now.
Yeah, go American.
Locally owned and operated, our friends at Redmont Vodka. It is right down the street. Their aim is clarity and taste. It's color and smell. This is your best opportunity to try it. If you haven't tried it, it is vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides smooth finish that doesn't have that harsh aftertaste. It's 8 times distilled. Available at your local package store, including the Beverage Place and Pink Package, also ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont Vodka.
Also happening in the NFL world is the Combine starting tomorrow. Matt Corral will not throw at the Combine. He's still rehabbing from that injury in the Sugar Bowl. He's going to use that as a reason not to throw this week. Smart move on his part, I would assume. If you're not 100%, you can't show things off. Plus, you put out pretty good tape there. You're going to wait and do it pro day with your receivers.
That's the same thing Evan Neal is doing, by the way, too. The Alabama offensive lineman. He's not going to do all the combine workouts. He's going to rest on his pro day. They'll do the interviews and things like that, but my only workout's going to be at my pro day.
I mean, why would you? I mean, a guy like Evan Neal, there's no way he slips out of the top 6, 7. Potentially could go number 1 overall.
We've got one. I want not a blind resume. Everybody's going to be able to guess this, I think. But I saw Field Yates just raving about this guy. 6'3", 200 pounds. No touchdowns allowed in his career. Last year, no receiver got more than 13 yards against him. Which upcoming draft pick am I talking about?
Ahmad Gardner.
That's it. Sauce Gardner.
To me, he's a can't miss. Him and Drake London and Kyle Hamilton. 3 can't misses in this draft.
No touchdowns allowed on him, thrown at him in his career. And the only guy that's got 13 yards on him this year was Jamison Williams in the semifinal game.
Yeah, and I think you saw the way Alabama played that semifinal game. They didn't really want to test him. I mean,
why would you?
They knew they could run it right down their throat. That helped.
Yeah, so that guy is taking some stats into the combine this weekend. All right, it's time for Rockstar's Viewing Menu tonight. It's brought to you by our friends right there at New Life Arts.
Yeah, and our friends at New Life Art, we're bringing you a cool little competition here. We're checking out your creativity on the next round, designing our next shirt. Submit your T-shirt design and win. Head on to nextroundlive.com and design our next shirt. We would love that. It's brought to you by New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787 for more information or online, danielmooreart.com.
You're going to tell younger generation or this generation about Tom Cruise that once upon a time Tom Cruise used to make films other than Mission Impossible, one of which is on tonight, 8:45 on Cinemax Collateral from 2004. A great movie. He can be a great actor, but he is just all about, I'm just going to do Mission Impossible because he's a producer on it and he gets a lot of cash on it.
Well, the cool thing I liked about Collateral, it's a Michael Mann film. So they're these epic films, and you've got these crossover of characters. Mark Ruffalo is one of those guys in this movie. Jamie Foxx and Jada Pinkett. It's just so well done, and he plays against type. Tom Cruise does. He gained weight. He had his hair completely gray. I just thought it was fantastic, and the soundtrack was really good.
Yep.
Chris Cornell.
Vanilla Sky, he was in that, right?
He was. He used to make good movies.
Yeah, all the right moves I enjoyed back in the day.
I did not like Vanilla Sky, though.
I thought it was okay. I mean, I wouldn't watch it again.
It was very confusing. I'll tell you what I watched over the weekend. At least first 2 episodes. AMC, you remember I got you on AMC Plus?
AMC Plus to watch, what was that show from
Gangs of London.
Is it back?
No, there's a new one called Kin, K-I-N. Okay. It's on the Kinsella crime family in Dublin, Ireland.
Interesting.
And I've seen the first couple of episodes, and it's a lot of Game of Thrones actors, really good cast, and it's got a really big twist at the end of episode 1. Not as violent as Gangs of London.
Well, that's going to be hard to top that.
But pretty violent, and it seems pretty authentic according to most. It's been really good through 2 episodes.
And I watched, Saturday night we watched Nightmare Alley. It is a good film. It's a lot of dialogue.
Way too much dialogue.
I liked it a lot. I mean,
it's good. I want to check that out.
It does have a predictable ending, in my opinion, but Bradley Cooper's really good. And I'm not a big fan of what's her name, Rooney Mara, except for the girl with the dragon tattoo.
Yeah, loved her in that.
Yeah.
I would ask you, when Rockstar says he likes something and Brown doesn't, do your tastes tend to go more Rockstar or Brown?
Yeah. No, Lance and Lance and I really don't have the same taste. Lance will tell me a movie's really good and I don't like it, and vice versa. I did try, and I think one of you suggested The Tragedy of Macbeth on Apple TV.
I haven't seen it. I like the Coen Brothers.
Did you
a lot.
bring it up?
I think I said it was on, but I don't have Apple TV.
Never would I suggest.
The Tragedy of Macbeth.
Never do you hear me recommending something like that.
So that's Coen Brothers, the same ones that did
No Country for Old Men, Fargo.
Yeah.
Miller's Crossing, a ton of stuff.
I only watched
Simple.
10 minutes of it, so it's hard for me to say it's the worst movie I've ever seen.
You watched 10 minutes?
Oh, it's awful. The first 10 minutes of that movie might be the worst 10 minutes of any movie I've ever seen in the history of mankind.
You can only speaking Shakespearean English?
Yes, they are speaking Shakespearean English.
That's a shutdown.
It's squeezed down in black and white. I can't express in words how bad the first 10 minutes are. I'd rather...
Shakespearean English is a shutdown for me.
I had rather the TV not even come on and just sat there and watch the blank screen for 10 minutes. It's awful. Absolutely awful.
John Lunsford just said that it's his second favorite movie of the year.
It's miserably bad. 10 minutes. Jennifer said, do you want to just fast forward to see if this thing changes at all? So I just randomly...
The tragedy's making me watch it.
I just randomly fast forwarded to 34 minutes in. Same thing. And I said, I am out.
Okay, well, do not watch The Lost Daughter. I watched that over the weekend. Have you seen it, Lunsford? Did you like it? Oh, I did not like it.
Paul says I got to give it 30 minutes. What movie am I going to give 30 minutes? I'm not going to give a movie 30 minutes to get good.
I probably would have given it 30 minutes.
30 minutes?
Yeah.
It's awful.
I mean, I gave The Lost Daughter the entirety of the film. I wish I wouldn't have now.
Oh, I'm not going to give
now,
a movie.
Dakota Johnson, she's if we still did our bracket, she would be in
number one,
squarely in the bracket. I don't know if she'd be number one, but
Don Johnson and Melanie Griffith.
Yeah,
those are her parents.
Tragedy of Macbeth is currently, sadly, at 93%.
I'm sure some people watch it. Yeah. Oh, it's awful. We gave it up and went to Suspicion, I think is the new series on Apple TV. Have you seen that one?
Lance has been watching, not Suspicion, Severance.
Oh, yeah. I looked at that, too. Boy, that looks weird.
Yeah, you tap out of Severance.
Yeah,
Severance is good, though.
Super weird.
Did you finish episode 3? Okay.
Now, Paul, is he telling you that 30 minutes as a general rule, give it 30 minutes, or that one particular
movie? Well, he says
movie?
a movie, 30 minutes. So maybe any
Nightmare
movie.
Alley starts off super slow.
I turned it off, too. Too much dialogue.
What is a good movie to you?
I mean, Saving Private Ryan.
That's a long-ass movie.
Oh, long is fine. Be good and long.
You're like a millennial, though.
But
your attention span.
First 10 minutes of Saving Private Ryan, at some point you're like, God, does this beach scene ever end?
Are
did
you
kidding
me?
No, I'm just asking. Did you shuttle through that to see, do we ever get off the beach?
No, that is, well, first of all, I know the history. Second of all, I mean, that is one of the greatest filmmaking moments in the history of film.
I know. I was just using that as an example of your 10-minute rule there.
And by the way, real quick, I see Vikings is up there. I watched the first Vikings episode. I went back because you said it was picked up on Netflix. Boy, I thought it was really average.
Well, a lot of people are saying that their story of it is better. The original Vikings is the one that you're supposed to be watching.
No, that's the one I went back to. Yeah, I went to the original
Everybody's
Vikings.
praising the original Vikings. I still haven't seen it.
I just saw one episode, though.
All right, Josh Pate's up at the top of the hour. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Michelson. That's our look ahead.
Yeah, 969-8100. Write that number down. Find out if this is the year for LASIK for you. If you wear the contacts or the glasses, I did for years. I went in, got screened out. I had the 20/200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. I now have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Make the call that I made. Call 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up. Michelson Laser Vision, located UAB Highlands. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
There's no better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order. And our friends at Mortgage Right can help you beef up your bank account with ease. With a cash-out refinance, you can pay off your debt or make that important purchase by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on the chance to make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to make the most of this opportunity today. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
High Point Properties specializes in creating beautiful acreage home sites around the Birmingham area. They currently have land tracts in the Helena area ranging from 3 to 43 acres. These properties offer creeks, hardwoods, and beautiful mountain views, only minutes from city conveniences. You can buy now and build later. Call Wes at High Point Properties today to view these properties. 240-0204. That's 240-0204. Or visit hpprop.com. That's hpprop.com.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. I've been on their program for only a few weeks now, and yet in that time frame, I've lost over 25 pounds. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and hold me and the whole Next Round crew accountable along the way. Visit aplanforme.com to learn more about their program, and then join us in our journey to healthy living, and you can sign up your whole office for the Way to Wellness Weight Loss Challenge at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, this hour of the show always brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and the crew down there, a fantastic menu we tell you about all the time. Wide shot real quick because my man LT made the drive to Highway 119 in Alabaster this week.
Yeah, look, it was incredible. I told Sterling, I didn't know what to expect. I expected great food, of course, but I didn't know their layout. I'd never been there before. And, they've got, full bar, just, ton of tables, great atmosphere. And we sat down, and little man had never had a tamale. We did the tamales. We did the chicken, obviously, some of the great sides, fries, slaw. Just fantastic food and just a really, really cool atmosphere. Highly suggest all of the Next Round listeners and viewers to stop by and see Sterling and the guys.
And you can do that on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Right now, officially lunchtime in Alabama. Highway 119 in Alabaster. It is Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Auburn, 1-game lead over Arkansas, Tennessee, and Kentucky. New AP poll out right now. Brown, Auburn is?
Number 5 in the Associated Press poll. Gonzaga stays number 1. Arizona 2, Baylor 3, Duke 4, Auburn 5.
How about that? Alabama wins 2 games after going up a spot last week, going 1-1. They win 2, and they do what?
They fall a spot, Jim. They're down to 25.
Yeah, 25. Yeah, exactly. You go unbeaten, you drop a spot. You
That's
go
right.
1-1, you go up.
You never know.
Basketball polls, man. Go figure. Those are your headlines brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken.
All right, at Late Kick Josh is where you find him on Twitter. You see him on 24/7 Sports. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Josh Pate, what is up, man? How are you?
I hate that I cannot be video, Skyping, whatever we use with you guys right now, because I don't feel like we have the same connection just speaking over the phone emotionally as we do when I can see your faces.
I kind of agree with you. Our director of video, Scott Forrester, the best in the business, agrees 100%. He wants every single guest to be on video, every last one of them. But some of them are divas like yourself, and they just refuse to do it.
Look, they made me be up at the crack of 10 this morning to be in the office, which I think sets a dangerous precedent, expecting people to work every day. But I don't run this place; I just work here.
Well, let me guess though. 75% of our audience though is audio only, and let me guess, you're in a white T-shirt with nothing on it at all. It's just you don't have any words on it at all. You own the.
He's got Fonzie's closet.
you own the book when it comes to white plain T-shirts.
I got a full pack of new T-shirts, and here's the irony. The T-shirts come from a company that has not agreed to become an advertiser yet. So they're missing the boat entirely on that. And it's not Hanes either. Hanes and I have flirted a little bit on social media, but they're not on board. There's a great company out there. I wish I could shout them out, but instead I just wear their nondescript T-shirts.
Well, you need to check out Cotton Citizen. They're I'm telling you, it's the best. It is the best as far as like comfort ever. You'll absolutely love them. Maybe you can get a deal with them.
You knew you wouldn't say that without us dropping a sponsor
That's right,
in there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you can get them at our friends at Shea, celebrating 100 years right here in Birmingham, by the way.
So let's talk a little college football with you, and we're 179 days away from week 0. The NFL combines are about to crank up, and Matt Corral announced today he's not going to throw at the combine. But I'm interested in what that roster looks like over in Oxford with what's left down there, bringing in Jackson Dart. How do you think Lane ended up dealing with this offseason after great expectations?
It was huge. This is pivotal, and it probably won't be talked about a lot nationally until preview magazine season, really, at the earliest. But, they lost a lot of guys, and the focus is going to be on quarterback, as it should be. They went and got a very good talent there. I remember as early as this time last year, Jackson Dart had come in, and at that time he was a true freshman at USC, and people were wondering how soon can he push, and there was a lot of talk about him behind the scenes out there this time last year. So Lane Kiffin got him. I don't doubt Lane Kiffin's ability to win and develop Jackson Dart. But here's what else they did. They lost a lot of other pieces, and they needed to go get other pieces, and they did. And I think the number right now is at 12. They've landed 12 kids out of the portal, but it's not just numbers for the sake of numbers. 9 of the 12 kids they landed from the portal were among the top 7 at 24/7, at least, in our position rankings from the portal. So they didn't just add quantity, they added quality too. And you got to do it because now that you've set expectation that you can win double digits over there, even as Alabama's on this run, even as Texas A&M's on the climb, and LSU just landed Brian Kelly. There aren't a lot of easy W's over there. Look at what Arkansas is doing under Pittman. So, yes, this was pivotal. This was imperative for Lane Kiffin. And I don't know how he could have done any better. I'll put it that way.
Josh Pate is with us. At Late Kick Josh is where you find him on Twitter, 24/7 Sports. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I remember growing up, though, Josh, that they used to always say you can only take so many JUCO kids. Got to be careful of those JUCO kids. You don't want too many of them. Then I remember Ron Prince, when he was the Kansas State coach, was like, screw that. Didn't he sign a whole class of JUCO kids one time?
Oh, yeah.
But, I mean, do you have to worry about that same thing you think with a portal, that you get a little too portal heavy?
The way I've termed it is you cannot depend on the ornaments more than the Christmas tree.
Yeah.
So always I think you need to have a baseline of really strong foundational high school recruiting. That has to always be where the premium is placed. But at the same time, I don't know if it's as taboo to lean on the portal as it used to be leaning on JUCO kids. And because, when you used to take a JUCO kid, back in the day, how many years were you expecting to get out of them? Because these days, you're taking a lot of freshmen from the transfer portal, and not only do they have multiple years left to play, but the added bonus for you, if you're taking them, is they've burned their one-time free transfer. And so now if they come to you and they leave again, you're talking about having to maybe sit out a little bit longer if they want to leave again. And also, you never know in the future how conferences are going to rework the transfer portal rules. I'm of the opinion that these rules are not written in Sharpie right now. They're very much written in pencil, and we haven't seen the last of the shifting and sort of reshaping of this. So I don't know that it's as risky or certainly as taboo as it used to be to lean on JUCO. But, yeah, I don't ever see a sustained run for a program which is built primarily on the portal. That's got to be more a luxury for you than a necessity.
Hey, both Florida and LSU have been to the SEC championship game within the last 3 years. If I asked you which first-year coach, Billy Napier or Brian Kelly, gets their program back to the SEC championship game first?
Part of that has got to do with the level of competition in the divisions. I mean, Florida was in Atlanta less than, 24 months ago? What was it? Or 14 or 15 months ago, I guess it was. I would probably go Napier. Having said that, though, I mean, there are arguments to be made, and this is called fence riding, by the way. There are arguments to be made on both sides. With Napier, though, what's interesting to me with those guys at Florida is they're going to get in there. They're about to go through spring. And that whole quarterback situation down there is no more solved than it felt like this time last year. Emory Jones did not end up exiting. He's still kind of around, and Anthony Richardson is there. And so what I'm very curious to see them do is go into spring, then come out of spring. And for that matter, Brian Kelly's this way too. A lot of these new staffs, once they get to see what they have, and then we obviously know we have that second transfer portal window in college football now right after spring, I think there's going to be a mad dash for several of these new staffs to try and salvage what they can for year one from the portal because they know more firmly what their needs are at that point. But I would lean ever so slightly Napier. I think the roster rebuild at LSU is probably a little more steep than it's being made to look right now. They did some good things in the portal. They did some good things, especially closing strong on the recruiting trail, but there are some fairly sizable holes and roster deficiencies that were left behind by that last staff that will not be solved overnight. Now, I'm not saying Florida's in prime position to do that either, but it's just so much more workable over in the East than it is in the West.
Josh Pate is a national college football analyst with 24/7 Sports. If you're not familiar with his work, Late Kick Live and Late Kick Podcast, he tackles big subjects in a short amount of time, but he goes a little deeper on them sometimes than most do. Topics like this, like Coach K is shutting it down this week, his last regular season game later on. I wonder about Duke and what they'll be after Coach K. Same could be made for Alabama after Nick Saban. Do you think Alabama fans, whenever Nick Saban retires, are we looking at a replay of the 1980s, 90s, early 2000s again, or do you think Nick Saban has taken the Alabama job to a level that'll keep it sort of like Ohio State? Doesn't matter who's coaching the team.
I think a lot of that depends on external forces. You know, you guys clearly were around pre-Nick Saban, and you remember how bad the on-field product was at times. But then you guys are also very able to diagnose some of the reasons why. And you know, some of the forces at work behind the scenes there felt like a huge ankle weight tied to the program that never would let it get off the ground. Now, Nick Saban came in and was one of, if not the only, people in the world that had the gravitas to come in and actually call the shots at Alabama. And if he needed to disassociate some folks, he disassociated them because for the greater good of the program, it made sense. It always did. He was the guy who could get it done. Well, did you shoot them off into space, or did you just toss them out in the parking lot? Because if they're out in the parking lot, they've just been doing push-ups the whole time. And now they're ready to come back in as soon as they get the opportunity to. So you move post-Nick Saban, hopefully that's in the year 2045, but when you move past him, number one, have you truly rid the program of folks with ulterior motives and deep enough pockets? In other words, the kind of problems that Auburn's dealing with right now, have you truly rid yourself of that being a risk? I think it would be foolish to totally believe that that's the case. So then the next question is, do you find someone with the kind of gravitas to walk in there and accept the post-Saban role that also has it in himself to say, you know what, you're going to be on board doing it our way, or you're not going to be on board at all. And here's the important part, that person has to have the stroke to be able to say that. That, a lot more so than whatever a win-loss record is or what an average recruiting ranking from a coach's career has been, is going to determine what the post-Saban era of Alabama football is going to look like.
Dave Aranda goes from 2-7 in year one at Baylor to 12-2, had a top 5 team at the end of the year last year. If I'm a Texas fan, Steve Sarkisian 5-7 in year one, I'm expecting that type of turnaround. Is that fair?
Yes, it is fair. A lot of people will call that myopic. I don't think it is. To me, when it's myopic and when it's a little delusional is when you're demanding something from a program that you haven't invested into it. And Texas has invested maximum across the board. You pick the department, you pick the category, they are A or A plus in terms of investment. And that includes the fans and support group and whatnot too. So no, I don't think that that's ludicrous at all. And at the very least, if you don't put a raw win total on Texas this year, but you just ask for significant improvement, you could lose a game by a field goal here or there, but still have shown me a whole lot of improvement. But if they have such volatility about their performance that any given week we could still get a text from a buddy in the third quarter and say, hey, Kansas is leading Texas in Austin. Did you see this? If we're still dealing with that this year, we got big problems. I remember so vividly when that video surfaced of Bo Davis going off on those Texas players, I think on a team bus after they had lost another game. And it was so refreshing. I guarantee you for a lot of Texas folks too, because he was saying what needed to be said. It just so happened the video leaked. Well, they went about changing that. And they've overhauled a massive chunk of their roster via a combination of the aforementioned portal and recruiting too. And they got the number one quarterback from the previous cycle in Quinn Ewers in there. All of those things scream big turnaround. Now you have to actually execute it on the field. And so if you've got all the intangibles in place, but you don't get the tangible results, that's when people even early on start saying, okay, well, if we did all this, but we still didn't get the results, do we have the right guy in place? And that's how quick that can happen at a place like Texas.
You did the College Football Renaissance Tour. Josh Pate with us, 24/7. The College Football Renaissance Tour. You're a Columbus, Georgia guy. You grew up in the South. You work in the South in the SEC footprint. We like to think we invented great crowds at football stadiums. Give me a place you went where you're like, all right, SEC fans, they do it right too.
I had a mouthful of oatmeal. Excuse me.
What's going on? What flavor oatmeal?
This is the sugarless apple cinnamon. I'm basically a prisoner at Guantanamo this morning for all intents and purposes.
Wow. I love the apple cinnamon, but you got to go sugar.
Yeah. Can you not add Splenda? Do you do like substitute sugar?
Look, this is the, like, I don't want to disparage a great company, but I mean, this is the same company where I will have to throw my trash in 7 different bins when I get done with breakfast. So no, they don't have any sugar around here.
Wow.
A prisoner at Guantanamo.
Let's let that simmer. And let me tell you about a fun-filled trip to Penn State in week 3.
Ooh.
That was the game Auburn was up there. And I went up there, and I think both teams were still undefeated at the time, and Penn State had all the world to play for. It looked like they were about to make a big run. Well, I had heard about the whiteout, and so it was great weather conditions, primetime game, everything was perfect. And I'll tell you what stood out about the Penn State crowd, and those who have never been up there, it's not that the crowd is a little bit bigger because it was about 110,000 that night, but it's not the size of the crowd necessarily. It's not the decibel level necessarily. What Penn State has, better than any place I've been, is a level of crowd involvement. There's an understanding by every patron who goes through the turnstiles that now that I'm in the stadium, my role has just begun. I have an active role to play. And it's almost like looking at 110,000 people who have been cast for a movie and they got the call. And so they're on set now. And everything is so perfectly choreographed for an elite game day experience. Everybody's involved. There aren't 70% participating and 30% kind of sitting on their hands, letting the others shoulder the load. Everybody is on their feet. Everybody's wearing the same color. Everybody's involved. And I said last night on the show, and I'll reiterate, it's the closest I've ever experienced to like a big pro wrestling event that's happening at a football game. That's the way it felt to me when I went up there. So I will never forget that. That stuck with me for weeks and weeks and weeks afterwards.
There you go. Excellent answer. The whiteout at Penn State. All right. He is Josh Pate at Late Kick Josh. Is where you find him on Twitter, 24/7 Sports. Consume his videos and podcasts and things there. Josh, thank you so much for the time. Enjoy the oatmeal.
I will see you guys next time. And
That's
I
right.
apologize to everyone behind the scenes for not doing it this time.
Quite all right. Not a problem. Thank you, Josh. Take care. Josh Pate with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
All right. Got a Cowan Equipment poll questions out after my trip up to Nashville this week to enjoy a little outdoor hockey over at, what's the name of their stadium? It's not Titan Stadium. Nissan Stadium over there. So I enjoyed the hockey and then enjoyed a pregame and postgame a little bit at Broadway. Love that city. Love that town. Broadway or Bourbon Street? That's the question. Nashville or New Orleans for a weekend. You go Bourbon. I go Broadway.
I go Broadway. 66% say Broadway. 34% say Bourbon. Not that Broadway is clean by any stretch of the imagination, but it's way cleaner than Bourbon.
Yeah, I just think there's a lot more better places. People would say this about New Orleans, too. Like, I never go to Broadway.
Oh, and in Nashville?
Yeah.
Do you ever go to Bourbon, though? Do you always go to Bourbon?
Well, typically because the hotel is right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Bourbon is just something about the people watching.
A lot of hotels right there next to Broadway, too. You always stay a little further away.
I go to New Orleans more than I go to Nashville.
Yeah.
Last time I went to Nashville was with you guys.
See, I go to Nashville a lot, 4 or 5 times a year probably in
It's
Nashville.
gotten so crowded. My
Yeah,
gosh.
it is crowded, but I just love the city, man. I think it's a great city. And you can stay in Franklin. I mean, we stay different places, my wife and I. We stay in Franklin.
Franklin's a haul.
It is. But it's a nice little town. I like Franklin. We stay up by Vandy. Where we stayed when we were there. We were right there on the Vandy campus.
Yeah, this will be a blowout. People will definitely go Nashville here.
Oh, yeah. Broadway's up big early.
All right, so keep voting there at Next Round Live. We got more poll questions we'll throw out to you. The new AP basketball poll is out. Auburn is down, as you would expect, to number 5, though, in the AP poll. Some Auburn fans in our Farmfolio chat room a little upset that Arizona, who got just waxed by a bad team, Colorado on the road, holds on at number 2. Gonzaga lost by double digits on the road at St. Mary's. They're still number 1. Auburn down to 5 there as we get ready for the final 2 regular season games of the SEC regular season. Auburn with a 1-game lead over what is now a 3-way tie for second place, Arkansas, Tennessee, and Kentucky. And Auburn, if they win both of them this week, they're the regular season champions without any sharing at all, and that's the goal there. Steve Prohm with us earlier says he expects Auburn to do that, to win at Mississippi State and at home to South Carolina to be your regular season champions. That 1-game lead right there, part of our show, being brought to you today by our friends at the Urology Centers of Alabama.
Hey, March Madness right around the corner. What a better time to get a vasectomy. Lay on the couch, have the wife wait on you hand and foot. Are you considering that vasectomy? Studies show that a vasectomy over 99% effective at preventing future pregnancies, making it the most effective form of birth control. In fact, about 500,000 U.S. men undergo a vasectomy every single year, and it's covered by most insurances. If you and your partner are finished building the family, look no further than the expert team at the urologist at Urology Centers of Alabama. They have performed thousands of non-invasive vasectomies on men all across the Southeast. Getting a vasectomy, it's safe, it's effective, and will not impact your hormones or libido. The procedure is also fast, and in most cases, you'll be in and out within an hour. Keep in mind, it's still surgery, so you'll need to give yourself a little bit of time to heal. After a couple of days, you could resume some routine activities, but you'll need to avoid sports, lifting, heavy work, and sexual activity for at least a week or so. Timing should be discussed with your urologist. Schedule an appointment by visiting urologycentersalabama.com or call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-SNP.
Where will Brown go next? The Next Round. Your home for the Bracket Challenge.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home, only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor. When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Royal Payne on Twitter at Next Round Live. Have you guys seen Locke? L-O-C-K-E with Tom Hardy. The entire movie is him driving in the car, talking on the phone. Is pretty fascinating. I was shocked I liked it. You ever seen it?
I'm not.
A lot of dialogue for me in that one.
But Brown's not going to like that one.
And it's Tom Hardy dialogue too, Rockstar, which is
he likes to mumble.
It's mumbling at best. Yes.
Joe Lunardi earlier, his daily release of his bracketology. No longer has Auburn a 1 seed, has Auburn as a 2 seed, has Alabama still as a 5. You can see that at ESPN.com. Part of the show today being brought to you by Rockstar's Guy.
It is Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Did you know that Adam is a third-generation realtor? He was born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
By the way, the New York Times is reporting that their sources tell them that FIFA will ban Russia and its teams, ejecting the country from qualifying for the 2022 World Cup only weeks before it was set to play for one of Europe's final places in the tournament.
Did they win it when it was hosted in Russia? I think they did, right? And Dan Wetzel pointed out the potential blowback on this is Putin might have the goods on them of how they rigged that. Because I think, I don't know. I mean, it's soccer. I don't know anything about
how
soccer.
They rigged Russia winning it or getting to host it?
Maybe getting to host it.
Okay.
I don't know if they won it or not. I was just reading what Wetzel said was like,
France 2018, Germany 2014, Spain 2010, Italy 20.
Okay, so he's probably just saying how they hosted
how they won the bid.
How they won the bid.
Yeah.
It could look bad on FIFA.
I don't think anything could come out that would shock me.
No, with FIFA?
Not just Russia, anybody, how they end up getting the bid. Like, are we going to sit back and think Saudi Arabia, we're about to play this thing in November and December instead of over the summer, and we're going to play it in November and December only because it's 170 degrees during the day and we got to play every event at night, and we're trying to play it in the coolest months down in wherever we're playing this coming up.
Qatar.
Yeah, in Qatar.
What were some other, so we mentioned Red Dawn. I wonder if some of these 80s movies will get play when we had the Cold War going on. So Rocky IV, Red Dawn.
Top Gun.
It's got a little bit. Right at the very end. Yeah, when they have to move out. I mean, those are Russian MiGs they're fighting against.
That's right.
Hunt for Red October was kind of tail end of the Cold War.
It was. Yeah, I think it was 1989.
Yeah.
A little bit of one of the Jack Ryans.
Well, that was Hunt for Red October.
That
there
was
you
the
go.
original.
Hunt for Red October.
Submarine movie with Sean Connery and Alec Baldwin.
That one, yeah.
The one where we get the guy that wants to give us the Russian sub, and he comes into Lake Placid.
That's old. That's old Sean Connery.
I wonder if they bring back Glory. Is that what it's called? What's the one
that was Civil War?
Miracle. What if they bring back Miracle?
Derailed.
Miracle.
Denzel was really good in it, by the way.
Glory.
Miracle.
Matthew Broderick was a little miscast.
A little, you think?
All right, let's do trash.
Now, the women love you when you get out there. Why do you think that is?
Because I look good.
That is? You
I
look
smell good. I feel good.
And you sing good.
And make love good.
Oh. Well, there we are. We don't have to ask anybody else. We got that from the source. There you are.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
So that makes me think of Leon. I gets mine, Larry. You know,
call the ruckus.
So Jack wanted to see the first ever Leon episode on Curb. So without pre-watching, I just rolled into it, and we watched it on Friday night, and my God, it is one of the most uncomfortable episodes.
That's where
and that is a high bar when it comes to Curb.
After Hurricane Katrina, where they take in the Browns.
No, that was Meet the Blacks, was episode 1, but episode 2 is Anonymous Donor.
Okay.
And that's when Leon just shows up because Vivica Fox is his sister.
Yeah.
But when he shows up, somebody has tainted the blanket upstairs. We'll put it like that.
Well, it wasn't mine.
Yeah.
Who's
And so it goes through that whole thing, and I was like, oh, my God, this is so uncomfortable. Anyway, not everything in life comes with a second chance, but our friends at Mortgage Right know this rule does not apply when it comes to a home refinance. With refinancing experts nationwide, Mortgage Right has the tips, tools, and dedication to help you take advantage of interest rates while they are still low. But act quickly because rates are rising. Don't let a great refinancing opportunity slip away. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start first. I got a Dear Annie for you guys.
Dear Annie.
Came across this one today. How about this? My boyfriend of almost 3 years is very childish. If I do something he does not like, he will try to retaliate or even the score in some way. For instance, I do not want to do a particular act in the bedroom. It makes me super uncomfortable. No matter how many times I explain this, he says it's his favorite thing, and if I don't do it, then it's a deal breaker. So sometimes I suffer through it, but other times I flat out refuse. Well, the other day I refused. Now he will not kiss me. He says that since I won't do that for him, kissing is off the table until I do it. How is that fair? ? How can we navigate through this without calling it quits? ? I want to make him happy, but I also don't want to do what he's asking me to do. Your advice would be greatly appreciated. Signed, Underperforming in Rhode Island.
Dear Underperforming, he's doing you an incredible favor. This is a dead-end relationship. Get out now.
Dear Underperforming, what he is doing is not fair at all. In fact, it's cruel. Just because he doesn't get his way, he threatens to stop kissing you. What a louse. His way or the
Wow.
highway is no way to have a mutually loving relationship. It's your body and your choice. He has no right to force you to do anything. I say it might be time to call it quits. I agree with Dear Annie here.
Yeah,
what do you
get
think this
out.
creeper's trying to get her to do?
Yeah, this is a
Everybody draw.
make the bed. I just want him to make the bed. That's all I want. No, it's a favor. Get out. Get out. That relationship, that's doomed. Yeah, don't get married.
Dunaway doesn't even comment. Offbeat holidays
Get
in
out,
March.
Dunaway.
First one tomorrow. Plan a solo vacation day.
You know, I'm not a big solo vacation guy.
Oh, I used to love it.
Well, yeah.
Well, that's all I had, but they're awesome. Take 3 days.
I actually thought
Free
you were
Nancy.
going to go solo if you went.
Oh, I was going to go solo if I was going to go.
Where?
Yeah, up to Nashville this
Oh,
weekend.
yeah?
He's bringing back Nashville. John wanted to go. A friend of mine, he went, plays hockey locally. So he's the first person I thought of. After that, I don't think I would have thought of anybody else. So I would have gone by myself probably.
March 7th, older brother's birthday, National Cereal Day.
Love cereal.
I hadn't had cereal in a couple of months, though.
I eat it about once a week at the most.
I do love it, though.
I do too. I can't stop at one bowl. That's my problem.
Son eats Reese's now. The Reese's
I'm
ones.
not a big fan of those. I'm not a big
haven't
peanut butter
tried
guy.
it,
But
you
he's
know.
a kid, you know, so
Yeah,
he's.
yeah.
You know,
I eat kid cereal. I love Lucky Charms.
But I think Maggie woofs down a bowl of the Reese's.
Yeah,
every now and then. I mean, all of a sudden I'm like, "Hey, what are we eating for dinner?" And she's like, "I'm just gonna have a bowl of cereal." I'm
Sometimes
like,
I'll do
does
that.
not work for me.
Yeah, I know. You know when I end up doing it is on Sundays because we, we eat lunch later than normal. It's a bigger lunch. I'm just not as hungry at dinner, so I'll do a little bowl of cereal.
I used to do it on Saturdays, Sundays, but roommate wears out DoorDash now.
No, yeah.
March 10th. This is going to be tough. International Find a Payphone Booth Day.
I didn't even know where I'd start looking.
I mean, the one I used
I
the
don't
hell
know.
out of was Old Brookwood by Applebee's. I used to use that bad boy all the time. Time to come pick me up.
Well, we should do that one day. We should do maybe like one of our gift cards that we have up here to one of our great sponsors, and you'd have to somehow make sure it's a picture of you in it, and somehow proof that it's
Proof of
happening
life.
right at that moment.
Yeah.
See,
First
I
one to-
think you can find the payphone occasionally. I don't know if you can find the phone booth.
I was going to say
it'd be harder to find a newspaper.
That's what I was going to say. Hold up the newspaper, but now we're really asking you to thread a needle.
it'd be
I got to
like-
find a phone booth and a newspaper.
Hey, it'd be pretty good though. Find us a newspaper with today's date on it.
When did the?
And you hold a picture up showing that date beside a phone booth.
Does the Birmingham News? They still do like 3 days a week, right?
I have no idea. I really
I
don't.
mean, I got one yesterday.
Well, they'll throw the Sunday paper in my driveway a lot.
Yeah,
And
I don't pay for it.
I literally don't even take the plastic off. It goes right in the trash.
2 weeks from
They're
today,
wasting their time.
March 13th, daylight savings begins.
Yep, I remember that one. Daylight savings.
I was thinking about that on the way to work because I remember you had given us a 23-day, some random 23 days away.
Somebody had tweeted it.
Yeah.
They were doing a countdown.
So I was trying to figure out how. So we're 14 days away now, huh?
March 23rd, National Puppy Day. March 25th, I had one yesterday, Waffle Day.
I love waffles.
I do too.
I don't like
waffles,
pancakes,
too.
but I like
You know what
waffles.
doesn't make any sense? The place we got, and I think it's like this everywhere, the waffle is more expensive than the pancakes, but you get like 3 pancakes. You get more food, and it's really made from the same batter, is it not?
Here's what's happening in my
I don't know if
waffle
it is,
world.
yeah.
My waffle world, the place that I used to get my waffle now has a quote unquote new waffle maker, they tell me, where they give it to me already in pre-quarters.
Ooh.
It's not served. I like
not a
my
true
waffle
waffle.
whole.
Yeah, I do too.
I don't want it to be pre-quartered already. I want my waffle to be whole.
Apparently, we don't get it at the same place.
Because you know what my wife does? My wife and I eat waffles totally different. She takes her waffle or her pancakes and she cuts it all up into small pieces.
No.
And I like mine completely whole and I just cut it as I eat it.
Yeah, me
I don't
too.
know
Me
why,
too.
but I mean,
But I've got to, on the waffle, I have to make sure that every square
No
has
doubt.
syrup in it.
That is right. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Every one.
And finally, March 28th, it's Something on a Stick Day. I'll go corn dog.
We got,
Anything. Popsicle. Just put something on a stick.
on our photo roll, we got Derrick Henry on one.
Yeah. We do. I can't do popsicles. I would love to because of the wooden stick. I
old
mean, I
gag
just
reflex.
crawls my skin just doing it.
Our friends, though, at
Champy's chicken on a stick.
No,
Pull it off.
but what was the
It was the Steel Pops.
Steel Pops?
Yeah.
Yeah, they brought them in with the plastic.
The plastic ware for us one time.
That was
Appreciate
the best popsicle you ever had.
It really
wasn't
was. But the chicken on a stick, I just pull it off the stick, eat that. Big piece of meat. I like that.
If you're looking for a side job, a little side hustle here, how about a plant-based pet food company in Britain is offering to pay a dog owner more than $6,000 to switch their canine's diet for 2 months? Keep track of the pet's poop smells.
Hard pass.
Omni, a company that specializes in plant-based dog food, says it's seeking a, quote, dedicated dog owner to sniff their dog's poop to test the effect a plant-based diet has on the dog's digestion, stool owner, and general health.
How much they pay him?
Winning applicant will be paid $6,685.82 to use Omni's dog food for 2 months, report on the effects the food has on the animal's frequency of bowel movements, poop odor, energy levels, behavior, sleep patterns, weight, and fur condition.
I'd be afraid that I can't tell where he pooped now. It's the same color as the grass.
Completely lie. He's doing great. He's loving it.
There's nothing but green out my yard.
Well, you've got a price, right?
Well, I mean, there is a price. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can't help but smell it, right? And my dog stays inside, so, we got to flush the poop. He goes on the mat when he does it properly. And, I mean, sometimes it's like knock you over, and sometimes you don't even realize it's there until you see it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like sometimes you walk
Sort
in.
of like yours.
Oh, my.
Well, I'm just saying everybody has
everybody's got
good
levels.
ones, bad ones.
Yeah. That's a good point, I guess. Yeah, I shouldn't judge him, right?
I know. You're hard on your dog, man.
Oh, my dog lives a better life than most humans.
So we got a man, New York man, 38 years old. Trouble breathing. You guys want to guess why?
I'm going to say he got his nose pierced, and he's got an infection, and he can't breathe.
It does have something to do with his nose. Surgeons have found a half-inch tooth long growing inside of his right nostril.
A half-inch long tooth?
Yeah. The unnamed 38-year-old reported to the doctor after experiencing difficult breathing for several years, according to a New England Journal of Medicine. In order to get to the root of the problem, the surgeons conducted a rhinoscopy, and that's when they found that a white mass was poking up through the floor of the right nostril.
I was picking my nose and it bit me.
15-millimeter tooth, which is defined as having a grub grinder in an abnormal place.
The old grub grinder.
George, why do you have your toothbrush up your nose? I'm just brushing my bicuspid.
Now, they said that 0.1% of the population can have this condition.
I'm telling you, looking at the x-ray there, though, I don't see how it's stopping him from breathing.
Yeah,
normally.
I kind of agree with Jim. I thought it was going to be bigger than that.
Doesn't seem to be blocking any main passageways.
Now, I went to school with a guy, if I remember right, that had a tooth that was growing from the roof of his mouth that they had to surgically remove.
Ouch.
I also went to school with a guy that had geographic tongue. So that might have been the same people.
What is geographic tongue?
This is Arkansas.
Geographic tongue is some sort of tongue issue.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Okay. I mean, I'm not a doctor, Lance. What do you want me to do?
Well, I would think that.
Well, I mean, it was a condition.
You don't need to talk about it on the playground or anything?
Geographic tongue. Somebody has had to have heard of geographic tongue. Google it, right?
I'm going to say that crease right down the middle of your tongue is deeper like the equator, so they called it geographic tongue.
No, I'm going to say the tongue is not local. It's not centralized.
It's an inflammatory disorder that usually appears on the top and the sides of tongues. Typically, affected tongues have a bald, red area of varying sizes that is surrounded at least in part by irregular white border.
Yeah. Ooh. Sounds bad.
That's irregular.
Yeah, I always thought, I didn't really ask a whole lot of questions, but I always thought it just meant that he had a bunch of bumps in his tongue, so it's like a, geographic, it's like a map.
Have you guys ever sent an uncomfortable message to somebody that you didn't mean to? You meant to send it to somebody else.
Yep, I've done that.
How about this?
I know a friend who did.
Woman was left stunned when she received a message from a date that was meant for his friend. TikTok user Samantha Rose explained that she'd been talking to Jake, a guy she met on Bumble, for a few days before their conversation moved to iMessage. Now, chat between the pair appeared to be heating up as he showered her with compliments before their upcoming date. In a video that was viewed by more than 7.8 million people, Samantha shared a screenshot of the conversation, which started by Jake saying, "Yeah, can't wait to meet you. You're beautiful. Would 7-ish work?" Samantha then replied, "Thank you. That's sweet. Yeah, that should be fine. I'll be coming straight from work, so you have to look at me in my uniform," he told her. All seemed to be going well until he accidentally sent Samantha a text meant for one of his pals. Alongside a snap of her in a bathing suit, Jake wrote, "No, bro, she's a solid 4, and I will for sure keep it on the low because desperate times call for desperate measures, and beggars can't be choosers. All I see was an easy lay."
Oh, no.
Now, when he realized his mistake, he texted her to say he was, quote, talking about someone else and clicked her picture by accident.
I clicked your picture and your phone number by accident.
That described the picture that you gave me to a T.
I'm really bad at this. My apologies.
And by the way, even if it was somebody else, are you going to go with a guy that says desperate measures call for beggars can't be choosers? I'm just looking for an easy lay.
Saving this. Yeah.
What do you think of me? You are a solid 4.
On a 5 scale, though, he's keeping it P. The left hand, what's she holding? Is that a fish?
like a monkey.
That's a good point.
She grabbed a snapper out of the ocean.
No, I think Rockstar's right. I think it's a monkey on her
That
arm.
could be him.
Yeah. Is it a parrot?
Man.
Is she a pirate?
Man, there's no coming back from that one. That's where...
Seriously, what's in her? I want to know what's in her left hand.
I'm really confused too because is that the picture of her with the mask down too?
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's her sending the video of what was going on.
Yeah. That's not part of the text.
That's subset her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was her telling the story, I think. The photo of her holding the monkey is in the text.
Yeah.
Parrot.
That's very strange.
There's no coming back
Could
from
be
that.
a dead rabbit.
There is no coming back from that one. That's where, you may apologize, but you don't even try to explain it. Hey, I'm so sorry because that date's over.
I want the top half of the picture now. I want to know what she's holding.
It's a monkey.
And double D cups too.
How can it be a monkey, Rockstar?
It's a monkey. Look at the tail coming down.
It could be a ferret.
That's 2 legs.
A monkey has 2 legs.
Okay, but yeah. But you said tail. Where's the tail?
The tail is coming down behind her shoulder. One leg's on her bicep and one leg's behind her elbow.
Could be a furry kite.
That's the tail. Rockstar's pointing at the tail. There's a leg, and then the other leg's behind her arm.
Yeah, you can't see the top of her head. Maybe it's the rest of her hair. Maybe she scalped somebody.
Could be,
Yeah.
You don't know what she's doing?
Could be some kind of hair extension. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be more intrigued on what's going on there.
Yeah.
Finally, people give some of their unpopular opinions. First one, fines should be based on your income.
I think fines should be based on how bad.
So if I get a speeding ticket, it's 1% of my weekly pay.
These are just unpopular opinions.
That is unpopular.
That is unpopular, yep.
If I'm a patron in a sporting event and I catch a home run or a foul ball, I should not be obligated to give it to the nearest kid. I'll say this. I would because I don't care, but if I caught a home run and it was a significant home run, I'm not giving it to a kid.
Sure, a significant one, yeah.
I mean, if it's a record setter you're going to make money off of, you don't do that. But most times giving it to the kid doesn't hurt because who's going to keep it?
Overworking, staying late, getting to work early, doing overtime, or the grind should not be glamorized.
What, saying I'm doing the grind?
Yeah, people that are overworking, staying late, doing overtime, getting to work early.
These are unpopular, yeah.
Yeah, but I agree with that one.
Pushing the person's face into the birthday cake ruins the party.
It does, but I don't think I've ever seen it. But
I've never seen it. I don't want to see it.
Wait, we were going to eat that, Dick.
I know. I wanted the cake.
Yeah.
If women are allowed to wear skirts or dresses in professional settings, men should be able to wear shorts.
Oh, that's 100%. Men ought to be able to wear shorts.
I had this liberal English teacher at school, and she would make the guys take hats off, but girls could wear them.
Oh, that's sexist.
Well, I mean, females don't have to take their hats off for the national anthem.
Yeah, if I wasn't worried about the grade back then, if I could go back, if I could be 20-year-old me
Plain
now,
sexism.
I would have laid it down.
Yep.
100%.
Should have walked out.
Here's another unpopular opinion. You don't have to know every single song on every album to be a fan of the artist.
That is true.
I agree.
I agree with that.
And then finally, being a bridesmaid is not an honor, it's a chore.
Probably a lot of truth in that one.
I agree with that. That's unpopular. I agree with that. That is today's Trash with LT, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yes, and at Mortgage Right, you're looking for that cash out refinance. Everybody knows that money does not grow on trees, but it doesn't mean it isn't growing beneath the floorboards of your house. With the cash out refinance, you can use your home for whatever requires funding in your future. All you need is the home equity to back it up. Mortgage Right's team of experts standing by to offer a free home health checkup. Head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239.
And of course, this hour of the show is always brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Chicken on a Stick, those wonderful Mississippi Delta tamales, and a lot more. Check them out right now. Highway 119 in Alabaster is champyschicken.com.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer, and one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up funds, a cash-out refinance can get you what you need. And Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. A good locally owned company. mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated, or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the only ones I trust to fix it, and fix it right the first time. Hemphill Services does it right, and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. If you're like me, you love being outside in the summertime, and summer seems like a long way away, but it really isn't. That's why my friends at Wayne's is ready to get your lawn in shape so you enjoy a barefoot good summer lawn. Right now, you get the first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement with the offer code TNR. Use TNR and get the first month free. Serving Alabama for almost 50 years with locations all across SEC country. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES1, or visit callwaynes.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor here with The Next Round. A message from our friends at New Balance Birmingham. It's still cold weather, so it may seem a little harder to stay healthy and get the exercise you need. Cardio will help build your immune system. Throw on a jacket, get outside, take a brisk walk or jog, or stay inside. Walk or run on the treadmill or go to the gym, but you need to get a proper fitting shoe to get the most out of your exercise. The fit specialist at the New Balance Birmingham store, they can help. Visit them today. The New Balance store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham for the perfect fit every time.
NFL Combines this week. More on that in just a second and what's going on in the National Football League. But a reminder right now that our pro team, when it comes to soccer, the Legion FC, kicks off the regular season in just 2 weeks now, March 13th. March 13th, Sunday afternoon, 4 o'clock at Protective Stadium, and you can be there. National television will be there on ESPN2. as these two playoff teams reunite their rivalry, Birmingham and the Tampa Bay Rowdies. March 13th, 4 o'clock, Protective Stadium, BHMLegion.com for tickets, BHMLegion.com for tickets. You're looking for a great family thing to do, $7. Tickets start at just $7 to go catch out the Legion in action this year. You can get season tickets or single game tickets, including to the March 13th opener right now, BHMLegion.com, BHMLegion.com, or follow them on social media at BHMLegion. Green Bay, by the way, the Packers, you get tired of talking Aaron Rodgers. 17 years since we played our first international regular season game in London. Green Bay is the last franchise to be playing a game over there. Every team's played over there at least once. Now they're going over to play. They send out the announcement today on social media recreating the Abbey Road album cover of the Beatles walking across the street. None of the players they use is Aaron Rodgers or Devontae Adams.
Got to make sure that was
got to be sure.
The test of time.
And all that did was to, they left them off.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
So are they losing a home game or is it a road game for them?
I think it's a road game because
that's BS.
My Buccaneers lose a home game.
Yeah, the Dolphins have numerous times. That is BS that it has taken them. If that's that important.
No, it is a home game for Packers.
It is. If it's
you're right. I see it now. Tottenham, Green Bay, and New Orleans.
If it's that important for the NFL to grow this, you're admitting that you're punishing the NFL teams by doing this.
Well, it's one of the dumbest things
really
that Goodell and the NFL do. I don't understand it at all. I see your Bucs are going to be playing in Munich.
Yeah, we're the Munich team. Tampa Bay's the host
you
team
lose a
there.
home game for that one?
Arizona's in Mexico City. Green Bay and New Orleans each playing different home games in Tottenham, which is in London as well, right?
Yeah, I would
and
love
then Jacksonville at Wembley.
To know, and I don't know this, and I'm sure somebody's done the homework on this, how many teams have actually gone over and won Super Bowls?
Ooh, that's a good question.
And I'm not going to say it's going to throw their entire season out of whack, but I think it could throw a team out of whack for a couple of weeks.
I think it does. I think it messes you up that next week. I don't think there's any doubt.
So your Rams did not go over there this year and play a game?
Dolphins did. Lost to Jacksonville.
I don't think we did the year.
No, ironically, the last time the Rams went over, they played Cincinnati. I think it was 18.
Oh, wow. How about that?
How about that? So it leads to a future Super Bowl potentially. You hate primetime games with your team involved.
I do. I enjoy. There's something about a Sunday, and I really enjoyed the 3 o'clock window. You know, when they were in St. Louis forever, all the games were at noon. I like the 3 o'clock window.
I absolutely despise the London windows. Despise it. I hate my team playing that game.
What, the 12 o'clock?
Yeah, the London game.
Oh, the London game.
Which is 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
That's
awful.
It's awful. I mean, it's such a disservice to your fan base.
But it'd be better for you 3 o'clock because of the church.
No, if Dolphins kicked every 3:25 game, I'd sign right up for that. No, I envy you in that.
Yeah. The problem with the standalone game, you wait all weekend for it. I mean, sometimes you get the Thursday night, but then you don't have a weekend to look forward to. But that Monday game, man, that thing goes late.
It does. No, it does.
So that is the teams playing internationally and hosting games. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's.
Yeah, Bromberg's. If you're in the market to pop the question in 2022, you need to go see the Diamond Specialist. That is our friends at Bromberg's, family owned and operated since 1836. They have established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Stop in, see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 locations, Mountain Brook at the Summit. You can also go online, go to brombergs.com.
All right, when we come back, we will get into some college football to talk about. A couple of interesting things to look at, including Brown says potential bad news for an Alabama football team.
Yes, this upcoming team, Jim.
Okay, this upcoming team. Potential bad news from Brown about the Crimson Tide. And Kirk Herbstreit's about to get paid. I was going to give you that right now, but I want to talk about it a little bit more. That is next on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
My wife and I are getting the best sleep we've ever had. Ryan Brown here for the next round. We get it thanks to Sleep Outfitters. It's a truly customized experience. We went into the local Sleep Outfitters, answered just a few questions. In mere moments, they have us literally laying on mattresses, finding the best one for us. We picked the Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress, and we've never slept better. And right now, Sleep Outfitters President's Day sale went so well, they've extended it through the end of February. Get a free box spring with any Sealy Outfitters Posturepedic Plus spring mattress starting at just $229. That's up to a $350 value, yours free. Save up to $800 on adjustable mattress sets from Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster. With 0 interest on approved credit, Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster mattresses start at just $23 a month. Get free delivery and set up an incredible free gifts valued up to $300 with qualifying purchases. When you come to the extended President's Day sale now at your local Sleep Outfitters, find the one nearest you in Alabama at sleepoutfitters.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show already podcasted for you today at nextroundlive.com. Our conversation with Steve Prohm about all the upsets in basketball this past weekend, and the great Josh Pate from Lake Kick talking a little college football with us. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Lunsford, and Forrester all with you from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio. brought to you, as always, by our friends at Bud Light. Got to enjoy some cold Bud Lights watching hockey over the weekend. That was my best of the weekend. We'll take more of your best and worst of the weekend the rest of this hour as well. Always brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. You can jump in the Farm Folio chat room with that, or jump on the open phone lines at 205-734-0923, 734-0923. That'll get you on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline there. Headlines this hour starts us off. We got that T-shirt competition going on with our friends at New Life Art. How do you get involved with that, LT?
Really simple. You can visit our website, Next Round, right there, nextroundlive.com. Submit your shirt design and win. We've already had quite a few shirt designs submitted. We're ready to post those. So when you get a chance, get creative. Love to see the creativity here from the Next Round viewers and listeners. It is brought to you by our friends at New Life Art, where they bring you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. 1-800-735-2787 or online, danielmooreart.com.
Auburn's number 5 in the new AP poll out today. They still lead the SEC regular season race by 1 game, now over 3 teams in Arkansas, Tennessee, and Kentucky. So a 1-game lead. If Auburn wins both games this week without any sharing at all, they will be the SEC regular season champs. They're at Mississippi State Wednesday. They're home to South Carolina on Saturday. Bruce Pearl says Wendell Green still his guy.
I trust him because he's been he's really delivered. But man, obviously it's okay, to go. You're going to go as your best players go. Wendell's one of our best players, and he didn't shoot a very good percentage tonight, and probably could have done a better job coming off it and getting guys better shots and passes and been a better playmaker. A lot of things he probably could have done better, for us to have a chance to win.
Yeah, and that's one thing when you're running the offense. If you're having a bad shooting night, it cannot impact you on your ability of trying to get good shots for everyone else.
Yeah, I've said this a lot. I'm promising you this is one of the last times I'm going to say this. But I've said it's a concern for Auburn all along as the end of the year goes that they're going to play a handful of games where they are that team's ticket to the NCAA tournament. Florida was one of those games. Auburn lost that game. I don't know that State can make it.
Nowhere close to the bubble right now.
Which is weird because they're 52 in the net and Florida's 51, and Florida's all over the bubble. So how would State not be?
Florida's 6 teams away from being in the tournament, according to Lenardi. So
yeah.
Mississippi State may be on that next tier down below them.
Yeah, Palm's got them in the play-in game, so I don't know.
State or Florida?
Florida.
Okay.
Not State. But if State, I'll say it this way, they may not have a chance to make the tournament, but their only chance to make the tournament is beating Auburn this week. And that is something I think Auburn has had to face a handful of times, and they haven't always handled it well.
Well, I'll tell you one thing for sure, though. 8 SEC games at home for Mississippi State. They're 7-1 in the SEC in home games. They're a different team in Starkville than they are on the road. I sort of agree with Steve Prohm earlier. I don't think Auburn has a problem this week at Mississippi State or South Carolina. Forget point spreads, any of that. They win those games.
I would think that they win those games. But, back to Wendell Green and his shooting struggles. I mean, if we go back the last 30 days, he started it against Oklahoma. He was 1 of 8. Just throwing in some of the games, 5 of 17 against Georgia. He was 1 of 4 against A&M. He was 3 of 10 against Vanderbilt. He was 2 of 10 against Florida, and he was 2 of 15 against Tennessee. Those are some bad outings this month.
And we all wanted more looks for Jabari Smith. His best games have been the last 3 games as far as scoring. He scored 27. He scored 28 at Florida, 31 against Vandy, so 27, 31, and 28. They definitely were better when everybody was contributing, when everybody was clicking along. Alabama is clicking right now. They've won 5 of 6. They are in sole possession of 5th place now. They beat South Carolina 90-71, and part of that uptick has come with Javon Quinterly being able to run the offense but also shoot the ball better.
Everybody's questioning whether he was a shooter or not after the way he struggled this year. He shot 50% from 3 in SEC games last year. It's, I think, 1 of 4 players in the last decade that had done that when he did it last year. So it's pretty good basketball players come out of the SEC. So, to do it for an entire 18-game stretch is big. We know he's got it. He's been doing it in practice. I think he just needed to relax. He puts a lot of pressure on himself. The coaching staff's been seeing this in practice. Isn't it like shocking to us that he goes 7 of 8 in 2-game stretch? He's been shooting it well in practice. He's been shooting it great in workouts. I think he was just pressing a little bit too much. So, I was really happy for his parents too. They've been through a lot and just they've been down here for these last 2 home games. He's played great. So hopefully we keep him around hopefully they don't miss any more games.
Yeah, there JQ with a big game over the weekend. Shackelford had 21 as well. For Alabama, they're home, their final home game Wednesday, Texas A&M, and then at the road at LSU. 2 potentially tricky games. Both those teams have played good basketball at different points. UAB a winner over the weekend. They finish up their home season this week at Southern Miss and then La Tech at home, and then we're off to the tournaments, and we'll get more into the tournaments as we move closer. Combine, NFL Combine starting tomorrow. Matt Corral not going to throw in that coming off the injury. And before we get into a little college football conversation, Kirk Herbstreit, we were talking about Kyler Murray's representation during one commercial break, how we don't know who represents him, but we don't think they're doing a great job. Kirk Herbstreit's people are doing a good job. Kirk Herbstreit makes $6 million a year to do all his college football stuff. Seems to be underpaid, relatively speaking, to other people, right?
Well, look, if I'm his representation, when I hear that Sean McVay was offered from Amazon 5 years, $100 million, I'm like, okay, we had loyalty to ESPN. We'll see you later. We'll go do Amazon.
Well, that's the story, is that Kirk Herbstreit is in the mix for the NFL Amazon package on 2 different prongs here. One that would have him on a loaner from ESPN to allow him to do the Thursday night Amazon and get paid to do that and still come back and do his Saturday game day, Saturday night prime time, or taking maximum money and just going away and doing Amazon. Most people believe this is just his way of saying, his representation, putting his name in the mix, saying, okay, we've got this potential over here. You've thought about using him with the NFL. We've got this potential. Kirk would like to stay in college, but isn't going to do it for $6 million.
Well, and that's probably what is at play here. If I'm ESPN, here's what I bank on. All right, if I don't want to pay Kirk that much more, if he did both of them, that would be the NFL game. You get into town Wednesday. You've probably done all your conference calls and all that Monday and Tuesday. Fly into town Wednesday, do the game Thursday night, fly Friday to wherever game day is, meanwhile doing conference calls with the college coaches and things like that. Get to game day, do all those meetings, do game day, jump a plane, fly to wherever your Saturday night game is, do that, get home Sunday, and you start the whole thing all over. If I'm ESPN, I'm banking on he doesn't want to do both of them. And I know that's not digging ditches and busting blocks, but that's a lot of travel and a lot of work for Kirk Herbstreit to do that. I mean, that's 3, and I don't think he can be fresh doing that, by the way. That's 3 big gigs. A Thursday night game that's watched by a lot of people, game day, which is one of their primo properties on ESPN, and then a Saturday night game that's watched by a lot of people. That's asking a lot. That is a lot of. Do you know how much prep would go into that?
If I'm Kirk, I've been doing ESPN for 25 years or close to it now. And we saw him on a couple of Monday night games. He was terrific. He's going to be good in any capacity. But now I start to look at I was really underpaid. And maybe I give ESPN a chance to match, or maybe I'm just done and I decide to do NFL. I would go the Amazon route. I really would.
Yeah. I think his kids maybe have 2 more years of college at Clemson.
Yeah.
And then you got a younger son that's coming up. If you could make $12 million just to do Thursday night,
and you go to the Clemson games,
and then you got your Friday, Saturday, and Sunday free.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, all your work is done basically Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You've got the weekends free. Do whatever you want.
Do you guys believe the report that Sean McVay was really offered, or at least they were talking about giving him $20 million a year?
I'm sure he was offered. Yeah.
Okay. I know it seems a bit high.
It does seem high, but my point was going to be if I am representing Kirk and he was offered $20 million and he's never done TV before. If you really want my client, we want $20 million a year, and I'm gone.
Well, because if I'm Herbstreit's agent, I'm like, you're hiring a guy. You don't know if he's any good on TV. He's obviously a good coach. I think we've got a track record. My guy's good on TV, and that's what you're trying to hire. And is he as big a name as Sean McVay? I would say Herbstreit's as big a name as Sean McVay.
Yeah.
Like average NFL person that turns on the Thursday night game, and it's Kirk Herbstreit or Sean McVay. I think your Q rating or your identity, whatever you would go with, it's equal for those two.
Yeah, but in the NFL markets, now I respect Herbstreit's football knowledge as a college football fan, but in an NFL market, I'm paying for the Super Bowl.
You are.
IQ.
There's no doubt about that, yeah.
The next John Gruden of the broadcast booth, the next John Madden.
But he might not be good.
He may not, but they've seen enough of him somewhere that these people are offering him. And then I've got a guy who is he going to be respected with the NFL fan
He
like
may
he is with the college fan?
And he would have to earn that respect. I'm just saying, if you throw up in any NFL market a picture of Kirk Herbstreit and Sean McVay, it's equal.
Well, here's
equal,
the
if
thing.
not more, for Herbstreit.
You guys know that I think Sean McVay right now is the best coach in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And you know how much I love the guy, but as a fan of watching a game, Kirk Herbstreit's going to be better.
He's fantastic.
And I would rather watch Kirk Herbstreit on that broadcast.
Yeah. I'm just saying, if I'm ESPN, I have zero interest in him doing both because, I mean, the prep that goes into game day, do you know how many games they talk about on that show?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know he researches and does some things. I have a pretty good feeling that he has a working knowledge of the games they talk about on a week-to-week basis.
Well, he
can
does,
just
but
not look at his notes, sit down and talk about them.
But now, a lot of that week is eaten up by me getting ready for this Thursday night game.
Bigger question for me, for maybe another Cowan Equipment poll question, what Corso does at the very end of game day is so important. But I'm not sure I would find game day half as interested, 75% as interesting, if Kirk Herbstreit's not on it.
Who do they replace him with?
I don't know. Is
That's your question.
Just more David Pollack?
I do not want more David Pollack.
You know,
that guy wears me out more than anybody on the.
I just don't know who else you're going to throw on there that's going to make it as interesting.
They don't really.
I don't ever want to, and I know I will, but losing Corso, putting on the headgear is going to sort of be a big missing piece of game day. But let's be honest, that's 2 minutes of the lead in and doing that. Boy, you take Herbstreit away from game day. I mean, when they were losing Fowler, I was worried, but Reese has done a wonderful job with that.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's another college football analyst that you can put in there that's going to make me watch. Let's say there's a 3-hour show. Let's say I watch maybe 50 minutes of game day every Saturday on average, maybe 30 to 50 minutes. I don't know if there's another analyst you're going to slide in there and make me watch any of game day.
If you do what these NFL telecasts are doing now, you go steal the other guy. So that other guy will be Klatt. Or if you went to CBS, it'd be Danielson. You're sure not going to do Danielson.
Yeah, but I did find myself watching more of the Fox pregame show because I like their lineup with Leinart and Reggie Bush and the Notre Dame quarterback Brady Quinn.
Yeah.
And the guy I don't know who plays the role of
But that was
Reese.
more ensemble cast.
Yeah.
I mean, Herbstreit is the star. And you mentioned, he had such a good relationship with Fowler, and they still do. But I thought he probably lost a little bit as much as he probably respects Reese when Fowler left. And eventually, Corso's done, right?
Yeah, I mean,
eventually.
We all are.
Yeah, we all are.
Yeah,
but, I mean, his days are numbered. There's no doubt.
But I would say, I feel confident this is going to be his last year.
Who, Corso?
Yeah.
Well, I just wonder, we've talked about this before. I just wonder, would he agree to the, hey, we're going to bring you out there last 2 minutes of the show to do, or last 2 segments of the show to do your picks, or last segment. And we still want you to do the headgear. It's just going to be a ceremonial. You're not on the rest of the show. We just want you to come out and do the picks. I mean, I don't even know if fans would.
I don't know. That might get sad.
I really don't know.
I've just got a feeling if this is legitimate with Amazon, I've got a feeling that Herbstreit might be done with ESPN.
Yeah. Keep an eye on that with Kirk Herbstreit, part of our show today, being brought to you by the great folks at Nichols Outfitters. Nichols Outfitters always ready to take an old gun, maybe.
That is right. If you maybe got a hunting firearm for Christmas or a gift recently, and your old one's just sitting around, don't let it just sit around, collect dust, fall into disrepair. Nichols Outfitters may pay you for your old firearm. They want to see it, man. Just drop by, talk to the Nichols team about what you can get for your firearm. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 off of I-65 in Pelham.
All right, Brown's got some information now that is bad news for Alabama football. I mean, you've got me intrigued, Brownie. Break it to me. Potentially bad news. What is it?
Over the last 21 years. 21 years. All right, so we've got 21 is your maximum number, 0 your minimum number here. How many preseason Vegas favorites do you think have won the national championship? First of all, do you think Alabama will be the preseason Vegas favorite? They almost have to be.
The betting favorite in Las Vegas, yes. Yeah. Ohio State will be number 2.
Yeah, I think Alabama will be the betting favorite, right?
And I think that's the way the polls will go too, 1-2.
Okay, so I know Florida State did. So what year are we going
21,
back to?
21 years. Just give me a number out of 21. And this, by the way, is courtesy of Brad Powers, who covers the gambling industry in Las Vegas there.
I mean, the only ones I know, I'm sure Alabama's done it once. I know USC did it once, and I know I know Florida did it in 2008.
I would say 2004 USC. I don't think 2008 Florida was your preseason betting favorite to be national champion. I'm going to say it's happened twice.
I would say twice, too.
But different than those two.
Twice is the answer, and remarkably, Lance got one of them. 04 USC, you did as well. Lance said an Alabama team.
An Alabama team was one?
Mm-hmm.
12.
Nope. I'm surprised by this one, actually. This Alabama team.
I can't keep up with them.
I know.
Yeah.
17.
Wow.
2017 Alabama.
So that was coming off of 16 loss to Clemson.
16 loss to Clemson. You brought Jalen Hurts and everybody back. You had Tua as the backup, so I think they probably felt pretty good, even if Hurts gets hurt.
Yeah.
You had a slew of wide receivers. There were young guys, obviously, but I mean, as you look back on it, you can say, yeah, that was a pretty good team.
Is there a chance, though, that Ohio State gets so much pub in the offseason that we could have kind of a split vote there?
Oh, I think it'll be very close.
Yeah.
I think it'll be very close.
Yeah. So 2 out of 21, and Alabama is going to be your favorite, I think, but 2 out of 21. Some of the ones that did not. 2005 USC. Lance, you tell me how good these odds are. 2005 USC.
I remember us talking preseason and all through the year.
Yeah.
That team was better than any team in college
I
football
don't
history.
think they were the highest.
Well, here's the odds. Plus
Okay.
160. That's good odds, right? In the preseason?
I mean, for a team like that, I would have felt pretty good about it because you're getting something back. I mean,
at 2018 Alabama, the very next year that they were the defending champs, plus 175. They didn't win. It got drilled out in Santa Clara.
Where was Ohio State in 2015? I would have thought that would have been.
I'm not going to have everything.
I would have thought that would be the.
That was the one. Yeah.
That was the one they couldn't lose.
They won 2014. They had everybody coming back. We talked. They couldn't
They had
lose.
3 quarterbacks coming back.
Yeah. To me, 2010 Alabama would have been highly rated because you had Ingram, Julio, Greg coming back.
I'll get to 2010 in a moment because I got a second leg of this. 2019 and 2020 Clemson were both plus 200 and plus 225 preseason favorites that did not win it. So, I mean, and those are some, I guess, short odds you would call it in the preseason, right?
I would have thought 2013 Alabama would have been high, too.
The biggest long shots to do it since 2010. No, since 2001 in the same time frame. The biggest long shots to do it.
2001, Auburn in 2010.
Auburn is the biggest long shot to ever win it in this era.
And then I think LSU's got to be right behind
Auburn was 50-1. 2 LSU teams are on here. The first one, that was 03 LSU, 40-1.
Yep.
03 LSU. 2014 Ohio State, if you remember, this is after Braxton Miller got an injury in camp. They technically went off at 40-1 in the preseason. 2019 LSU, that's who you were talking about, right? They were 25-1. In the spring, you could have gotten them at 50-1. The same thing Auburn was. And then 02 Ohio State was 19-1. Those are your biggest long shots. But Alabama, who will likely be the favorite this year, will have to buck the trend 2 times in 21 years as a favorite win this thing.
So 19 out of 21, the betting favorite doesn't win the national championship.
Right. That's crazy to think about, though.
All right. Well, something to keep an eye on when the Vegas odds get a little closer. I mean, they're out now. Bama's a slight favorite, but we'll see what they are closer to kickoff. The conversation continues coming up on the other side. Don't forget, LT's got a lock. We'll get to that. And our Cowan Equipment poll questions that's out there at nextroundlive.com. You can go vote there, and we'll give you an update on that. Still to come this hour. But up next, when you talk about combinations in coaching right now, Nebraska's got an interesting duo of 2 at one point pretty good name brands, but together in Lincoln, it has not worked on either football or basketball. Give me some of the worst combinations right now in football and basketball on the college ranks anywhere on the landscape and see if you can beat the Nebraska combo. It's next on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at UrologyCentersAlabama.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net. Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Kirk asking a question we got asked a lot in the preseason. How many times has Alabama, Auburn, and UAB won 20 games in the same basketball season? Bama's one win away from making that happen. At some point, they should get to 20. I don't know exactly, but I would go back to the 80s when Sonny, Gene, and Wimp were doing it, and I would say it happened then.
I bet this has never happened. So we had Bucky McMillan, Sanford's coach, on Friday. So they've won 20 games. They did lose over the weekend. I hope we weren't bad luck.
Looks like we were.
But they won 20 games this past Thursday for the third time in school history. So I would say for Alabama, Auburn, UAB, and Sanford to do it in one season, this will be the first.
Yeah. And Jack State, of course, is the ASUN champion. So for all 5 of them, it's going to be slim to find that maybe in history. So it's been a special year in basketball. Now, if UAB can win their tournament, and Samford and Jack State can win theirs and make the big dance. Having 5 teams from our little state in the big dance, Troy's got a shot in the Sun Belt.
Troy's got a shot to get to 20 wins as well, though. They're 19-10 overall.
Yeah. So interesting. Thank you, Kirk. Interesting a year going on in basketball around here. Part of our show today being brought to you by LT's Lock. And what did you tell me? 6-1 back on Saturday? Is that what it was?
It was 6-1 on Saturday. So for the weekend, we were 8-3.
8-3 over the weekend. And the Lock is always brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, the names to remember is Hemp Hill Services. 205-229-2090, 229-2090. Hemp Hill Services is where you call. Adam and Chad is the team there. We've trusted those guys for years, the only ones we trust to fix it right. Adam and Chad can help take care of you as well, especially if you want services that are done right at a very fair price. Adam and Chad and Hemp Hill Services are known for that. For all of your plumbing, all of your cooling, and all of your heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954, Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090. Anything on your slate tonight you're interested in? You got one right now? You want to get it out a little bit later at the Lance Taylor?
Yeah, I could give it out in probably the next 10 or 15 minutes.
Okay, got one coming up a little bit later on.
But I'll just shoot it out.
Okay, we'll send it out at the Lance Taylor. Okay night of basketball out there. One interesting game is Baylor, number 10 in the country. At least they were coming in. I don't know where they are now. Against Texas, who was number 20. I didn't check them in the latest AP poll either, but 2 ranked teams. Big 12 aspirations, national championship aspirations, and they're playing down in Austin.
According to Joe Lunardi, they're playing for Baylor to stay the 1 seed in front of Auburn. Lunardi has a 2, 5th in his S-curve. He's got Baylor 4th in his S-curve, and he says, obviously, up front, if they lose to Texas tonight, Auburn jumps right back over.
Right, but I think this probably goes into conference tournament play. Baylor wins Big 12, they're going to be a 1 seed. Auburn wins the SEC, they're going to be a 1 seed.
You would have to think.
Yeah.
That gets us to the conversation in the Big Ten about Nebraska basketball, where I think I saw last week, LT, that Fred Hoiberg is keeping his job. He's coming back to Lincoln. Trev Alberts, the one-time great Nebraska linebacker, is now the athletic director there. So during both his football and basketball first year on the job, he's had to make a tough call on Scott Frost and a tough call on Fred Hoiberg. Now, when both of those guys were hired, you could not argue with either. Now, Trev didn't hire either one of these guys, so don't blame Trev. But both of those guys, when they were hired, you're talking about name guys who either had a great success in college and went to the pros or was just having great success in Scott Frost. You can't blame the hires here in Nebraska.
No, look, I mean, those were A hires. I mean, Scott Frost was coming off a 13-0, a perfect season.
He had one
Florida.
good year. I mean, that's going to be the argument. Good. It's really only one good year.
But there was a ton of respect for Scott Frost in the Oregon program. A lot of people believed if he would have stayed around Oregon, he would have been the head guy there. So Scott Frost was a hot coordinator coming out in that second year. He got him to 13-0, got the Nebraska job, and you look at what the mayor did at Iowa State, his alma mater. He did nothing but win. His last 4 years, so year 1, 16-16, then 23 wins, 28 wins, 25 wins.
I will say, if you want to discredit the mayor a little bit, and this surprised me because I knew we were about to talk about this, so I looked up his record in the NCAA tournament, which there are 2 ways. There's really only one way you can judge college football coaches, right? It's wins and championships. College basketball, it can be a little bit different. You can look at record or you can look at NCAA tournament. Sometimes both match.
Well, I need NCAA tournament and then what you're doing in the tournament.
Yeah, but it's overall in the tournament. I mean, he's a 500 coach.
What? In the tournament?
Yeah.
He was out twice in the round of 32, one and done once, and went to 1 Sweet 16.
Yeah, so 1-1, 2-1. Yeah, he's 500.
Yeah.
That's
not great.
That's Iowa State.
I mean, I don't know what your expectation of Iowa State is. I guess, is that it? 1 Sweet 16 out of 4 years? I mean, I'm just asking. Yeah. I'm not being a smarty. I'm just asking. I don't know. I don't know what your expectation is.
I think say I'm not being a smarty?
A smart A.
Oh. No, I think in 13-14 when he went to the Sweet 16, I think there were a 2 seed that year. So the expectation was probably Elite Eight.
Yeah, it was more than that probably.
Yeah.
I mean that is.
We got. I mean, people. They did. They complained about Wimp only going to the Sweet 16
back in the day.
He
went 6 times, didn't he?
But you see how bad Iowa State basketball got after he left.
Yeah.
Iowa State's had 2. I'm just looking at their Sweet 16s.
I mean, Johnny Orr was a good coach.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Sweet 16s. So he's had 1/5 of their Sweet 16. So I guess I guess he met or exceeded expectations.
But the question we wanted to get to was, give me another combo that is underachieving more than Scott Frost and Fred Hoiberg. I don't know if you can find another one.
You can't do it wins and losses. I mean, both have been awful. I mean, you think about Hoiberg, we talked about the 23-plus wins for 4 consecutive years. His 3 years at Nebraska, 7 wins, 8 wins this year. It's even worse for Scott Frost.
Yeah.
I think I found one that we might say is close. Go ahead.
Well,
I've got one that's going to be close.
I've got one that's expectation-wise would have been close, but the numbers aren't nearly as bad.
Yeah, well, I've got one expectation, the numbers, but Jimbo Fisher and Buzz Williams, I mean, that's two Buzz Williams, right? Yeah, Buzz Williams.
Buzz Williams.
I get Buzz Williams, Buzz Peterson mixed up.
But again, they're not doing horrific jobs. I'll even stick in state.
But Buzz and Jimbo, that the expectations are championships for those guys. They paid a lot of money.
There were more expectations.
This is where I was going.
Shaka Smart
and Tom Herman.
And your boy Tom Herman.
That's right. And I was the one that was saying, I ain't buying Tom Herman. I bought Shaka Smart.
Those were A-plus hires.
Yeah, Shaka Smart, more so than Tom Herman even. Shaka Smart had a better resume than Tom Herman.
Yeah, I mean, he'd been multiple Final Fours.
Yeah, I mean, this guy had been to one Final Four.
I thought it was 2. Okay.
No, it was the one Final Four, his second year of ECU. Now, I will say, this is another one where when you look back on his tournament performance, maybe we remembered a little too good because of that Final Four. Because after that Final Four, and I get it, he's at VCU. He's not coaching Duke. But he's at VCU, out in the round of 32, one and done. Round of 64 losses his last 2 years. I mean, he didn't really advance after that Final Four.
Chad gives us when he was at Mississippi State, Joe Moorhead and Ben Howland, when those two were hired at Mississippi State.
Moorhead had never been a head coach.
Yeah, Moorhead had been a head coach at a smaller division.
Fordham, yeah.
Yeah, but he was well thought of leaving Penn State as an offensive mind. But Ben Howland has not found traction yet, and you wonder what Mississippi State's going to do here when the season winds down if they decide to make a change from Howland or if he decides to hang it up.
Hoiberg and Scott Frost had top 10 finishes at the end of the year at the Division I level.
Yeah. Let me ask you, while we're talking hot seats here, and you don't know what happened with Ben Howland. If you're Mike White at Florida, and you would call his seat hot, right?
I would, but they're probably going to – I mean, there's a chance they're going to make the tournament.
It's very warm.
Yeah, but it's warm. Like, his security is not long-term.
Right.
No.
He's an Ole Miss grad, and if Ole Miss said, we're getting rid of Kermit over in Oxford, Mike, we want you to come here, would you try to beat the posse or hang in Gainesville where there's bigger upside, or would you, by betting on yourself, coaching one more year in Florida, or would you bounce?
I mean, here's the thing, Brown. And he's been to an Elite Eight at Florida. If you take the Ole Miss job, you can't win a championship.
And that's where you wonder how
But it gives you another 2 or 3 years.
You wonder how honest you are in the mirror, right? And if I'm Mike White, do I stand in my bedroom in Gainesville, Florida, and look in the mirror and say, I couldn't get it done at Florida. How am I going to get it done at Ole Miss? Nobody gets it done at Ole Miss. Mike, talk back to me in this mirror and tell me, if I can't do it at Florida, how am I going to do it at Ole Miss? I'll tell you, it's the exact same school. The perfect example is South Carolina hiring Will Muschamp. What made you think that was going to work? He couldn't get it done at Florida. He was the head football coach at Florida. A consensus top 10 job, if not top 5 job. Yeah, why did you think it was going to work in South Carolina?
Maybe less pressure. Now, look, he's still going to have to play a SEC schedule, but if you go back to the La Tech days, he was winning a lot of games.
Mike White now you're talking about. No, Will Muschamp, obviously. I just do you think guys are that honest with themselves in coaching, or is the coaching ego so big you're like, screw it, I didn't get it done here, I'll get it done at Ole Miss.
If I'm Mike White, I'm now playing a dollars and cents game. Like, if I probably survive this year, what's my buyout? What can I get from Ole Miss? Can I get a 4 or 5 year contract with an incredible buyout?
I think I could.
Well, then I'm probably resetting the clock.
But if I'm an Ole Miss fan, I am not at all excited about that hire one bit. That hire does nothing for me if I'm an Ole Miss fan. But that Ole Miss job, I mean, I don't know what you guys would say is historically the most difficult job in the Southeastern Conference.
It used to be Auburn.
Bruce Pearl has made it not that, but I think it is Ole Miss now.
So if you have a lot of confidence in yourself. Now, Bruce Pearl, we knew was an elite coach coming into that, or seemed to be an elite coach. Mike White has never been proven an elite coach, but if you've got confidence in yourself, that's the way I would sell it. Hey, look, if Bruce is able to do it at Auburn, I should be able to do it at Ole Miss.
You say it used to be Auburn, and I think it probably did, but I think even Auburn could say, we had an Elite Eight. What do you got, Ole Miss? I don't think Ole Miss has ever been past the Sweet 16. And they've barely even been to that, I think.
New sponsor to tell you about here in just a second that LT is about to tell you about. New doc that's popping on here with us. But also, the NFL draft's about to come up. Combine starts tomorrow. When we come back in our next segment, the NFL city you think deserves to host an NFL draft. You know, we're bouncing it around. Nashville was uber successful. They just announced the one team that it looks like they're going to host the 2024 draft. We'll talk about draft locations, and this seems to be the biggest stretch of draft locations of all time. But LT, tell us about the new guy who's on the show.
I got to meet him
with us
last week, Dr. Beckenstein. Really excited about this. Over the past year, I have noticed, unfortunately, hair loss. It happens to a lot of us. I asked around, and everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein. He's the best. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration right here in Alabama. Remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. Went in last week for my consultation with Dr. B. Was blown away by all of the options available. He even did genetic testing to determine the best treatment for me. So we're waiting to hear back to see exactly what I'm going to do. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He uses that experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. Also a big fan of The Sopranos. 205-319-0316. Call today and tell them the next round sent you.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know, the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
All right, a little NFL draft conversation and some other stuff going on in the NFL after Brownie tells us about the great folks at the Johnston RV Center. Right there, 2 locations. Passed both of them on the way to Nashville. Was pointing out, I was like, right there, hottest place to buy an RV.
Hey, so what did our listeners/viewers do for the Decatur show? Do you guys remember from last week?
Best RV show they'd ever had.
Yeah,
Best one they'd ever had, right?
Maybe in the world.
So would you? Well, not in the world, but it was the best one Johnston RV had ever had. Do you think our listeners/viewers could have one-upped it in Coleman?
No, there was a lot of rain on Saturday.
Yeah,
no
you
way.
are incorrect, Jim Dunaway. They absolutely did. So we thank you for doing that. So much so that Johnston RV Center does not want to let this die. They're going to go through Saturday. Coleman RV Show continues through Saturday at the Johnston RV Center, Coleman location, I-65, exit 304. You get the best prices of the year, the best selection of the year, special financing rates, brand people on there to talk about their brands. It's everywhere, man. JohnstonRVCenter.com for all the info. Again, it's the Coleman location, exit 304. Dunaway passed it on his way to Nashville.
Twice.
JohnstonRVCenter.com.
And our bottle of bourbon.
Oh, yeah. Did you stop and get that?
I did not.
My gloves, too.
Hey, the RV show's so nice, they're doing it twice.
That's right, Jimmy D.
All right, here we go. This year, Las Vegas. They're doing Vegas again, right? Because last year was COVID. They wanted it to be more fan-friendly, so they're back in Vegas this year. Am I right about that? Anybody? We're Vegas for the draft?
No idea.
I think that is right, but I'm not 100%
right.
certain.
Okay, and then 2023, we're going to Kansas City.
I like that.
And that's been announced all long ago. Now, here we are. The 2024 one's about to be announced. They're down to 3 cities. One of them is D.C. Nothing for me. The other one is Detroit.
Okay, you've gone 2 Ds. The one I would have gone is a D.
Denver.
I would go Denver.
The other one, it's either going to be D.C., Detroit, or Green Bay, Wisconsin.
I thought about Green Bay when you were saying this because they've got such passionate fans.
But aren't we trying too hard? Or do those fans all live in Green Bay? Are they going to drive to Green Bay from wherever they drive from for the draft?
I don't know. They drive to Green Bay to sit in miserable weather to watch a football
Good thing
game.
it's in May now.
Here's what we do, LT. We try to spread it around or things around to all places instead of sticking where it's good. It was unbelievable in Nashville. So are we going to go to every NFL city before we ever come back to Nashville again? It was unbelievable in Nashville.
One reason it was unbelievable in Nashville, and all these cities may have this, but Nashville, you had an obvious place to put it that was an entertainment that was on Broadway. I mean, we've talked a lot about Broadway today. It was right outside Tootsie's, man, and you had stuff for people to do rather than just stand there and see who gets picked.
But the streets were packed, right?
They were.
Shut it down, just a sea of people. And it may be great in Vegas. It's an entertainment destination.
No, it'll be fine in Vegas.
Kansas City, they'll show up. You know, they do it for the basketball tournaments and everything. They'll show up in Kansas City, no doubt. And they may in Green Bay, but we don't have to go to every city. We don't have to go to D.C., Detroit, or Green Bay. Let's cycle this back around. Let's go to places that was good.
You know what I think they're doing, though? I think they maybe are throwing this bone to some NFL markets that will never get a Super Bowl. Because Green Bay's never going to get a Super Bowl, period. I mean, that's never going to – I don't care if they built the dome there.
Yeah, I don't mind it, man. I like to see at least how it plays out. Like, again, I think Denver would be good. I think Minneapolis, based on the Vikings game I went to, I mean, that town shuts down for Vikings football on a Sunday.
But you want to wait 20 years before we do Nashville again? That was the best
draft
Nashville scene ever.
I would.
I don't care because I'm not going, but I'm just talking about, for the fans.
Yeah, if you're going to do this, I would put Nashville heavy in the rotation because it really was
a great TV product because of the crowd.
Right outside Lambeau, they've got that Packer Town, I think they call it. I don't know how big it is. It's not as big as Broadway, but I think it's got some stuff that, it's a natural area, entertainment center, kind of like Uptown is here, where you could do it. I don't know. I think we've overthought this, but I do think what they're doing is rewarding, because every city you've named here, Vegas is going to get a Super Bowl. But most of them don't.
One more NFL note, and this is a good thing, I think. Today, the rules committee, the competition committee is meeting, and one of the big proposals to come out of this, they expect, is that they want to change overtime for the postseason to guarantee each team gets one possession. Even if LT's team marches down and scores a touchdown, my team gets a chance to try to equal the touchdown and march down and do that. So it'd be just a slight tweak. They're talking about it only being for the postseason.
Well, see, that's what's stupid.
It should be the rules.
They don't want to do it in the regular season because of the TV windows.
Well, I mean, sorry, I hate that, and I understand that's what it is.
That's 100% what it is.
But I don't know how you can have one overtime format for regular season, and then when you get to the postseason, you change the format. That's really stupid.
Again, because of the TV windows, they want to control the length of the game for the TV windows, and they can't have it dragging on and on and on. It's a 10-minute limit right now.
It would be 10 minutes. It would still be the limit.
So we can still end in ties?
Well, yeah, and you still end the ties now. We got more ties now because
not the postseason though. Obviously,
postseason you keep playing until you got.
Well, and that's the question. What do we do? So if both of you score a touchdown, what do we do then?
I'd say it's equal possessions.
Do you know how long that Kansas City Buffalo game would have gone? I mean, seriously. I mean, I'm fine with it because that was one of the most entertaining games of the year. But there was no defense being played.
The only way to do it equitably is to do it that way.
To play until somebody doesn't score.
Same possessions, same number of possessions.
And I agree. I don't mind I hate the tie, but if you've got a tie in the regular season, you got a tie in the regular season.
Yeah, but that's okay because of TV windows. You're not going to screw up a TV window. If you do, it's an iconic game, and we're enjoying that.
Yeah, you don't worry about it in the postseason.
Yeah, but if it does, if it bleeds over into the other game after, if you miss all of JB and them in the studio,
so what?
And you're in the first quarter, you've seen an iconic postseason game.
I mean, that Kansas City Buffalo game was, and that wasn't even an AFC championship, was it?
Divisional.
That was a divisional game. That was one of the highest rated games that they've had.
I assume you guys were not watching yesterday, Chelsea and Liverpool.
Yeah, that's a safe assumption.
But it did something because it was postseason. The kicks.
Oh, I saw this.
The kicks kept going. I'd never seen it before. Maggie and I were having lunch at a place that enjoys their soccer. In fact, the owner's from Liverpool.
Fish and chips?
She was having fish and chips.
Leave it to Maggie.
Oh, I know where you were.
Yeah, we're a local British pub.
Did you get the burger?
I did not. I went with the chicken biscuit again with the pineapple jam and the pimento cheese.
Did they go 5 to 5? Both of them hit 5?
So they all hit 5. Well, then you start going with people that are not in your rotation. So it got all the way down to where the goalies had to kick. Well, the goalies never kick.
So it's goalie on goalie crime?
It was goalie on goalie. So the Liverpool goalie came and he made his kick. And now he goes and gets in the goal, and the Chelsea guy kicks. And it was like he had never kicked a ball.
Looked like me doing it?
Like he kicked it, and it went like 8 miles above the goal. Like it would have been a great field goal kicker. Like he kicked better than the Bears' old kicker.
That doesn't make any sense because I know the goalkeeper throws and punts a lot.
Right, but not many penalty kicks. Yeah,
but they still kick off the ground.
Yeah, so you got to do a little juke. You got to make it. You got to kick it to the corner.
He probably tried too hard.
He blasted it right over the crossbar.
He caught hell from his teammates.
So
he was in tears. It was emotional.
That's what cost him the game.
That was it. That was a game over at that point. Yeah,
that's terrible overtime.
Were you already done with your meal, or did you stay just to watch it?
We were wrapping up, but we stayed for kicks 6 through on.
Was the restaurant reacting to it? Was it like NCAA tournament game?
Maggie's like, why did that guy just run out and take his shirt off? He ran out and was running around. I mean, that was what they watched.
The restaurant?
The Liverpool.
Yeah, down towards the end of that bar.
Yeah. The Liverpool
viewing
fans
club?
are there watching it, yeah. And there were some Chelsea fans there, too. It was passionate.
And a dude took his shirt off.
Outside. He ran outside and took his shirt off and ran around waving it.
And you were watching Shakespeare.
I know.
Yeah.
God, that was awful.
Only 10 minutes of it.
Only 10 minutes.
Final thoughts when we come back on Next Round.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. One thing you know about me is I love my good food. My wife and I, for the first time, recently went to Fairley's Southern Bar and Kitchen, just off 459 in the Grove in Hoover. After starting with a baked pimento cheese dip, my wife moved on to the penne chicken with the cream mashed potatoes, wilted spinach, and lemon caper pan sauce. I ordered the pork chop special over the pureed sweet potatoes. Our meal was fabulous. We had a wonderful time. If you're looking for a great meal or a great date night like we had, Fairley's Southern Bar and Kitchen, just off 459 in the Grove in Hoover.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trustful, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online mycookiedoughmagic.com. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester from the Next Round here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. I've lost 13 pounds in just 3 weeks. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for Lance'sLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to Lance'sLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. Lance'sLock.com. Again, go online, Lance'sLock.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round, you'll find us where the big games are played.
All right, our final thoughts looking ahead to the night in basketball, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, our friends at Mortgage Right with us here on the next round from day one, and they are there for you, anything you need. In today's world, responsibilities do not stop. For some, it's house cleaning or finding a way to stay awake during your next Zoom meeting, and for others, it's figuring out how to make their home buying experience the best it possibly can be. Our friends at Mortgage Right may not have the cure to boredom, but they do know how to get you into the home of your dreams. Make home ownership easy. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
All right. Jerry Palm has a new bracketology is out, a worksheet of the top 16 and on the bubble from Lenardi. Brownie sort of walked me through the importance of some of these games tonight. Syracuse and North Carolina, 6 o'clock on ESPN. North Carolina is they're in right now, right?
Well, Jerry's got them in his play-in. I don't know where Lenardi currently has them. Went away from his, but they are in. They're in the play-in according to Jerry. I think Lenardi said they can't really improve. If I read him right on his worksheet, Carolina can't improve their standing tonight. They can only hurt it.
Yeah, be careful, though. They're an 8.5-point favorite here, and this would be a bad loss to Syracuse.
Boy, Syracuse, I mean, Duke just dominated them from the tip.
Non-tournament team, Syracuse.
Oh, right? Yeah, they're no good at all.
Nowhere close.
They're
all
like
right.
a 500 squad.
Another interesting game tonight is Baylor and Texas. That's the marquee game of the night, 8 o'clock right after that on ESPN. Both of these teams will be in the tournament. Baylor, though, fighting for a 1 seed tonight.
I mean, Baylor right now is probably on most people's one line, but this is a dangerous game against Chris Beard. And Texas, Baylor only a 1.5-point favorite after that 10-point win on against Kansas on Saturday.
And you were talking about how Baylor's healthy now, and that's a different looking team.
Well, this game is less important if you're an Auburn fan, if you like Jerry Palm, than it is if you like Joe Lenardi. For Lenardi, he's got them as a 1 seed, 4th in his S-curve. He's got Auburn 5th in his S-curve. So this obviously is a key game. And as Lenardi says, obviously if Baylor loses this game, Auburn's back to a 1 seed. For Jerry Palm, his ones are Gonzaga, Auburn, Baylor, and Arizona. So this is a little less important for them. Duke, by the way, getting 11 first-place votes in the most recent Associated Press poll has them ranked in front of Auburn with 11 first-place votes. You wonder how hard they're charging for a 1 seed themselves. They're a 2 according to Jerry Palm. I think they're a 2 in Lenardi's as well.
They're probably more of a 1 for me than Baylor is.
I would go Baylor. But I think they're going to be a sexy pick when it gets to the NCAA tournament just because it's Coach K's last year.
They're playing pretty well, too. I mean, and by the way, the ticket for that last game, I don't know if you guys have seen that. The get-in.
It's at Cameron Indoor,
small facility. Very last Coach K home game ever. And it happens to be Duke, North Carolina, obviously, as luck would have it. Wow. They play the last game of the regular season every year, but some years it's in Chapel Hill, some years it's in Durham.
Just to get in, $5,800.
$5,800 is the average. Get-in's like $3,600.
Wow.
$5,800, an average price for that ticket.
For a regular season finale that doesn't impact Duke's chances on the tournament.
Not really. I mean, Duke maybe could get to a 1 seed, but they're probably a 2 no matter what. It really impacts Carolina. Even though a loss to Duke probably doesn't knock them any lower. Yeah.
You're just there for the Daniel Moore painting of them putting Coach K up on their shoulders and carrying him off the court.
You're there to see how it all ends with Coach K. I mean, it's his final game in Cameron Indoor ever, one of the most legendary runs. I don't know that we've ever had this. I don't know how to word this. Coach plus venue that's been a more legendary run, because the Cameron Indoor was nothing until Coach K got there. Nobody feared going there. He made that into a place nobody ever wanted to play. I don't know that we've ever seen it quite to the degree we saw it with those two. So it's all coming to an end.
A good game with no small numbers beside their names. San Diego State at Wyoming tonight. LT sort of likes this San Diego State basketball team. Wyoming's got a good record, too. They're the home team. Altitude game, San Diego State, Wyoming, 8 o'clock, CBS Sports
I've got
Network.
The Aztecs are your lock tonight.
That's your lock, -2.5. Yeah, that's a lock. Hey, I told you, LT likes that team. There it is, lock of the day. Brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services. All right, that's our show. We are back with you live tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time, 10 a.m. Eastern. And again, thanks for being a part of the Next Round family. Don't forget to jump in the Next Round store, buy some gear. Thank you for everybody who sent pictures again over the weekend. We are back tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.